We've got quite the adventure ahead of us, but first a quick recap for everybody that wasn't here any particular sessions. Though how you would be jumping in here at part 6 on a series, at least as far as YouTube goes, is beyond me, but coverage just in case. So, our adventure began with this young boy, Max. He wanted to go see the circus after his father gave him this gem. So, of course, he went to the circus. His ticket was stolen by a strange child who then vanished into the ether. So Max went ahead and went to the circus anyway. Overheard something he shouldn't, got chased by evil clowns, whom he had to fight off until he got into the sewers. And then, as he was getting through the sewers, his boss, Cedric, bullied the mayor into allowing him to restart the rail line. Now, with the rail line restarted, everyone could actually adventure around the world again because they were isolated in Palm Brinks for an unknown amount of time. Now, after that, we were journeying to Sindane, where we were attacked once again by said clowns. That's when Monica appeared. She helped fight off the troop leader, Flotsam, and then told us her story of having come from the future after her father was assassinated, and finding out that one Emperor Griffin has been traveling through time and destroying anything that gets in his way by removing it from the future by destroying it in the past. Jurak in Sindane being one of them. We went ahead and solved that, helping the Furbits with their problems along the way. From there, we ended up in Balance Valley, as we were seeking the Great Sage Crest. Long story short there, we ended up instating his apprentice instead, who told us to go to the Luna Labs in order to find a way to go far enough back into the past to fight Griffin in his own time, which is apparently 10,000 years in the past, and he's projecting ahead somehow, and that's a whole thing, but we'll work on that as we go. From there, we found out that the Rebellion Fortress Pasnos that we are currently standing in was destroyed by the workshop it was created in Gundorata being removed from the timeline. So we came here to Mount Gundor to solve that. Along the way, Gaspard, the main antagonist we've been dealing with up till this point, fell in battle against us, having had a change of heart and then getting transformed. But he's dead for good now, so that problem's behind us. But here we are in the Rebel Fortress Pasnos, with the rebel leader getting ready to unleash our counterattack upon Griffin. Now, between sessions, I didn't do much, because I had to clear up snow and a bunch of other odds and ends this morning, instead of doing what I intended to do. But I still got 5 levels for the Daedalus Blade, and 4 levels for the Puckle. So, I didn't do too badly. Which means if I had had time, I could have gotten a lot done running back and forth through Mount Gundor. Because if it tells you anything, these 2 weapons got to these levels in 2 floors. That's all it took, 2 floors of Mount Gundor to get to this. Unfortunately, neither of them are in a position to build up, because I raised this thing up to 88 Exorcism, and that's still not enough for that category for it. Now, I was debating whether I was going to run off and buy some stuff beforehand, but I only had a couple minutes before start time at that point. So I opted not to worry about that for now. We will unleash our counterattack first, and then I will worry about bookkeeping like that. Now, who is this that's just randomly messaged me? Are you another bot? Give me 1 second, y'all, because this is very out of the blue, and I'm surprised it didn't end up getting just filtered out in spam. No, that looks like a bot. Which, this is a good time to mention for everyone involved anyway. If we've never spoken anywhere else, don't just cold message me on Discord. It's not gonna go well for you. I will just delete the message because I don't care. I am not a social butterfly. I am not going to jump right into a conversation with somebody out of the blue that I've never heard of and never seen before. Even if you've got a mutual server with me, I don't have any interest in that. At the very least, tell me what you're reaching out about. Don't just send a random hi. I know some people are accepting of that. I ain't one of them. Just gonna state that right now. Especially when you've got a blank profile. Even if that person isn't a bot, a blank profile with just a picture and a name does not tell me enough to know what I'm getting into, and I don't have time or energy to be figuring that out. Anyway, on to battle.
Counterattack on Griffin should be starting soon. Are you prepared?
No, but we're doing it anyway. Apparently there's a golem army on its way.
Right. All hands on deck! Preparing Pasnos launch!
We saw a hint of this in the intro.
Pasnos, lift off!
In a world of swords and some very basic machinery, this thing's genuinely impressive. There's those golems we were warned about. They weren't kidding, they sent a lot. Not like they can do much against a flying fortress, though.
What are those things?
Those are the golems in Griffin's control.
They're huge.
Yes, Griffin destroyed a mountain and created a whole army of golems.
You know, that's actually impressive.
They're a magical force to be reckoned with.
What should we do?
Don't worry, we'll make them taste the power of Pasnos.
I want to see what this thing's capable of, since we did all this work to get this thing back up and running again.
Ready the weapons!
Yes, sir.
Well then. You just have those fold out whenever you want, huh? Okay.
Here they come.
Lord Agaris?
Not yet. We have to lure them closer. Now, fire!
I was half expecting actual cannonballs to come out of those things, since they just look like shipboard cannons. I'm happier that they shoot lasers, somewhat.
Lord Agaris, Elena has arrived.
I hope you weren't hurt.
No, it was tough going, but the bombardment from Pasnos saved us.
It all worked out.
Max.
Yeah, for those who missed the beat about this, Elena is Max's mother, who was born and raised in this future, but was sent back to the past to try to get a hold of the Atlamilia that Max now has, because his father had it. But she fell in love with Max's father, and ta-da, Max is here.
Mother.
Oh, you've gotten so big. I'm so happy to see you again.
Me too.
How's your father?
Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, he's even on the train with us and everything. Well, no, he's now in Heimerada. We left him there.
I'm sure that he wants to see you too.
Yes.
I mean, we can time travel pretty freely with anybody in our party. We could just bring you there to talk to him for a bit, and then you can come back here. If you want to, you know, tell him about the whole you're from the future thing.
Mother,
What?
can't you come back? Back to our time?
That's gonna do real complicated things to the time stream. Not that she's not already done irreparable damage to the time stream by creating you in the first place. I suppose we're off in a whole other timeline at this point because of that anyway.
Max, please understand. This is the place where I have to be. I'm from this time, not yours.
And I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume we probably can't remove Max and Gerald from their time and bring them here either. Because we don't know the rest of Max's life. We don't know what he gets up to, even after the events of the game entirely, let alone the rest of his current adventure. And Gerald is going to presumably be a part of how Gundurata Workshop becomes what it is, since we had to place him in Heimerada. So if we remove him from there, then all that falls apart too.
But even so, that's just selfish.
Actually, it's not, but I can see why you'd think that, Max.
That's just so...
Max.
If that's the case... I mean, if that's how things are, then you shouldn't have come to my time in the first place.
Things got complicated.
Max, I'm sorry.
We have to all remember that Max is very young. And a situation like this, even for an intelligent mind, would be a bit complicated. Especially since he was just kind of thrust into this whole time travel adventure very out of the blue. So this is probably a point where everything's just kind of starting to snap a little bit for him for the time being.
No one can exist in two separate times.
So, you're both going.
Yes, we got the word from Lunalad that Ixion was finished.
Ah, that's what our next part's gonna be. I was wondering, because, like, are we actually gonna have to participate in the counterattack? But if Ixion's done, then we can travel far enough back in time to deal with Griffin.
We're going to ride it into the distant past. And then we're gonna find Griffin and do what needs to be done.
I hope you will, Max. Monica. You don't want to talk with Elena?
They've already had a chance to have a very unfortunate conversation.
No, it's fine.
That doesn't
I
sound
understand.
fine.
Be careful out there. You're our only hope.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume they don't have enough materials to make a second Ixion, in case this goes wrong, huh?
Bring the light back to our world. We're counting on you.
All right.
More importantly, are we gonna be able to come back? Well, I suppose actually, tertiary concern. Can I bring the whole crew from the train with me into the past? Because I'm gonna need a support system. Get the feeling I ain't gonna have one. So we're gonna make a quick stop off before we follow through on that. I was gonna do my shopping once we started the new area, but it's looking like there's a chance I won't be able to come back, at least not in the immediate. So let's go do our shopping now, shall we? So it's funny that Cedric says be careful you two, like he ain't coming along. He's our party member right now, so he's coming along for the ride whether he wants to or not. He's getting to travel through time with the rest of us. Honestly, out of the people we can bring directly in the party, he's probably our best shot at finding a way back forward in time if things go sideways anyway. Let's see, I want some more holy crystals. Want some more wind crystals. Give me a few sea dragon crystals because we keep having scale issues as well. It's all the money, so that's all we're gonna be getting. But this way I can actually continue to work on some of those weapons as we go here. Well, I say continue to work on them. I'm more than likely gonna spend all those crystals I just bought right now. Almost. So I still want to figure out how much exorcism this damn thing needs. So if 100's not enough, this sword might be dead-ended. Because that's gonna be a lot to work on. Okay, 100 is what it needs. That's gonna be a problem. Because that... Assuming it needs 100 of both, that means it needs another 85 Cyclone. That's gonna get expensive. Not to mention the fact that I used one of the gems I had in order to get it to that level of exorcism to begin with. The sapphire we had laying around got used for that purpose, since it was suitable for both the stats that I needed. Get the feeling that's gonna end up getting filed under. I'll fix that in between today and next week, but we'll see how things go. We may start turning in immeasurable profit in the distant past. I don't find that likely, but I've been wrong before. Now, it's unfortunate that we couldn't just travel around in the future, because we're really going to be just going here and immediately going back into the future again. Because we need to go see the folks at the Luna Lab. The Lunatic Wisdom Laboratory, specifically. I ran past the transfer point. It's time to go see the smartest people in the future. Supposedly. Jury's still somewhat out on that one, considering some of the interactions we've had here. But that's a whole other discussion. At least they got Osmond here. Osmond's alright. Very purple, which is not really the look that it had before.
So it's finished.
It looked all silvery and such in the diagram they showed us, but I guess maybe that was just the diagram.
We did have a little bit of trouble with her, though.
What kind of trouble?
But we're rather proud of the end results.
Hey, Nitro, drive safe. Appreciate you popping in.
It is so cool.
We've got a badass purple train that's gonna travel through time.
Isn't it a little, gaudy?
I wasn't gonna say it, but it is a little gaudy, yeah. I assume most of this is necessary, though.
Well, now that you mention it, I guess you could say that.
Hey, are you picking holes in my design? You just don't get it, do you?
Now, of course you're the one that designed it, Osmond. How else would it end up looking like this?
He was in charge of the design.
Listen, this train can travel through space and time. I just figured it should have a look that sets it apart and matches its abilities, you know?
It sets it apart. You're right about that.
I think it looks cool.
Exactly. At least you understand.
Well, whatever. If it gets us 10,000 years in the past, that's all that matters.
Anybody here getting the feeling that this isn't gonna make the whole trip and we're gonna have to do some extra legwork? 'Cause that's how I'm feeling right now.
That won't be a problem.
Well, then let's go.
Be careful out there. He's a formidable enemy, that Griffin.
You would know better than most.
Could be tough operating this thing.
Not to worry. Osmond will handle the Ixion's controls.
I mean, he did design it, so it makes sense that he'd come along as the driver.
Leave it to me.
That was something I was pondering, is like how Max and Monica were gonna figure out how to drive this thing in just a few minutes.
Max and Monica, good luck to you both.
Thanks for all you've done.
We'll do our best, Dr. Knob.
This also means if it gets damaged in the journey, we at least have better odds of getting back.
Yuck, the inside's just bad.
As much as you're right, Monica, you're being a hater.
Go.
Well, I know there isn't a whole lot you can do about it now, but I really don't think much of the design. Just kidding. How about we get going?
Right, let's go.
What are you doing, Max? I just need to focus on this for a second. He's wiggling his arms around like he's driving in an imaginary car, moving the steering wheel here. I hope he's not just bashing the controls with his hands and hoping for the best. If we crash the train, we know who did it.
Get ready to 10,000 years in the past.
Ah, that's where it's gonna come out, the whole bottom section there. Shouldn't there be more rail, or is this thing gonna fly? There it goes, it's coming up out of the water. Okay. That makes sense. They really did just go all out with this, and I appreciate that. It is funny to me, to a certain degree, that they could have made the Ixon into anything, and yet somehow it ended up a train again. Like, it just keeps coming back to trains for this game. Doesn't seem like it's the most comfortable means of travel. Also, no seatbelts. But it's working. So far.
Chapter 6, When Two Eras Collide.
That sounds like both a good and a bad thing. Now, which is it gonna be? Oh. We seem to have arrived somewhere.
So this is 10,000 years ago.
How can you tell?
It's kind of gloomy.
Look, there's only one moon in the sky.
Ah, so somewhere in the 10,000 years, a second moon appears. Also looks different. I'm also gonna have to point out, Max, you're very focused on the big singular moon and not the giant fortress between you and said moon. Which I gotta say, I don't know what the point of this gate is. That wall is very small. Even Max, with his height, could just hop right over that. But what are you doing? What's the deal here?
What's going on? Did we land on a whole different world?
I guess even the sky looked different in this time.
Neither of our moons were red in our time.
So Emperor Griffin is somewhere in there, huh?
That is a logical presumption.
Yes, I can feel him.
Weird.
Griffin. He's in this palace.
Finally, time to set things right.
I'll wait for you here. I hope it all goes well.
Okay, let's get going.
Yeah, somebody's got to keep an eye on the train. It'd be a hell of a thing if our magical time travel train got hijacked, eh? Could you imagine? Some random bandits just roll up and go, look at this thing! And somehow launch it into the future. They could end up anywhere. Yeah, nice of them not to lock the door.
I wonder what Emperor Griffin is really like.
Nobody's ever seen him. He controls his followers from the past. I don't know exactly what he's like, but I'm certain that he has tremendous magical power.
He's caused enough suffering for everyone. We'll stop him for sure.
Right.
I gotta say, I kinda dig the aesthetic here somewhat. Boy, is it giving Evil Emperor vibes all across the board, though, as it should.
Looks like we're invited in.
Now just picturing, though, the simple comedy of this isn't Griffin's house. This is just some random person that lives 10,000 years in the past and we just happen to crash land in front of their house. They just happen to have a very evil aesthetic.
Then let's go!
Enter Moonflower Palace. I like the interior less.
Wow.
Nice carpet, though. That's a lot of stairs.
Excellent, just like myself. No wonder the Atlamelia chose you. What? You must be joking. You're Emperor Griffin?
What? Emperor Griffin? That's the name you humans have given me out of fear. Well, no matter. A name is but a name. Yes, it is I.
What is your actual name,
The
then?
one you would call Emperor Griffin, the ruler of darkness. That is me.
That explains the voice he had when we heard him talking to Gaspard from
Griffin, you're gonna pay!
the crash site.
Well, shall we get down to it? After all, you covered so much time and space just for me.
People in the future ain't gonna believe this. I felt like I had to get a picture of this. He's not that tough so far. Like, his health bar is pretty long, but we're doing decent damage to him. He does hurt through our guard quite a bit, though. Okay, even though the magic's finally started to do damage, it's not doing enough. This is not the sword to use for this fight. 99 and 104, or... Now, the Halloween Blade is the way to go here. Yeah, that's doing a bit better. He's just constantly just doing Nova attacks, though. Just mildly annoying. What the... Ah! Could you stop that? At any point? Like, I'm trying to be respectful and fight him hand to hand here. Since this seems like an important fight. But he's just screwing around. I don't think he appreciated me just interfering with him summoning his flowers. Just buy my healing items, bro. There they are. The amount of chip damage this kid's doing is kind of wild. You're really just gonna keep flying around and throwing flowers at me, huh? Is that what we're doing here? That appears to be what we're doing here. Bombs and such won't really work very well here. The amount of health he has, though, I'm very tempted to drink a stamina drink for Monica if he ever stops flying. Yep, he's starting to guard now. What are you doing? You ever get the feeling that you're intended to use the ride pod here? Or he's just not weak to this particular gun, which... 70, 50, 85... I think that's my strongest gun. And no, it's arguably the strongest one. Question shooter being the second strongest. Wildcat's not terrible, but it is a machine gun. Let's try the question shooter, see if he... Yeah, he's taking more damage from that, so he must be weak to laser. Taste the future, you little bastard. Yep.
Humans don't truly appreciate the value of existence.
That's a big thing to say.
Excuse me? It's because of humans that suffering spreads throughout the world.
You're not really wrong
I
about
won't
that.
forgive you, humans. I won't lose to you anymore.
What do you mean?
You see, even you don't understand. You should be wiped out of existence.
How is that making you better? How is this an improvement over all the suffering humanity's apparently caused?
All of you should be wiped out.
Okay, I guess we're not done. And to think, all of this trouble's been caused by a racist magic bunny. I don't know about everybody else, but this wasn't on the bingo card for this, gotta say. Oh, now he's back to melee range. Alright, it's your show, Monica. Show this kid what for. Heal again, but we've done some good work there. That's making that health bar move. Almost dead again. Imagine the amount of damage I'd be taking if I didn't have that stamina drink going. 'Cause I think it's also reducing the damage taken still. Down you go.
Quite impressive. I am finished.
That seems too easy.
We won?
Something's wrong here.
Be careful.
Uh-huh.
No!
Damn!
It was a trick. So,
I got them! This is what I wanted! With this, it will all be mine.
how can he touch them? Supposedly you shouldn't be able to touch those. Then again, he supposedly had taken control of one of them without properly receiving it, so... So, real boss fight time, I assume. Gesundheit.
Now then, why don't we get started? It's time to purify this world.
This seems like a problem.
Have you heard the legend of these stones?
Only pieces of it. Usually the pieces that are relevant to what we're doing, rather than the whole story.
The legend of the stones. He who obtains the 3 Atlamilias receives the power of the stars.
That's right. That's exactly how it goes. However, these stones have another role as well. A somewhat different role.
Huh?
In these stones is enough power to destroy the world. The ancients feared the people of the future. Humans are dangerous creatures, possessing both immense wisdom and even greater greed.
True.
They knew that once humans built up their civilizations and gained great powers, they would end up harming the planet itself.
True.
So in order to ensure the planet could go on living forever, they came up with a special contrivance. The Star of Oblivion.
Star of Oblivion?
If humans controlled by greed were to learn of the existence of the Atlamelia, capable of giving them ultimate power, they would be certain to start a war to try to recover them. And they would ultimately fall into the hands of the one with the most power. When that time comes, all life on Earth would be wiped out, and the greed in this world would finally be erased. Time and again throughout the world's history, there have been mass extinctions. But this tale of ruin and destruction definitely won't be making it into the annals of history. Finally, the great disaster shall fall upon the world. The Star of Oblivion will realize its true glory.
I think we screwed up.
What are you talking about? If you do that, you'll be destroyed right along with everything else.
I think that's his plan.
Me? That was my plan all along.
Case in point.
I will be swept up in the cataclysm along with all of you fool humans. That will be my fate. Everything will disappear from the face of the world, and then a new world shall take shape.
So you're just pushing the reset button.
How it was always meant to be.
I won't let you do it!
And just how are you going to stop me?
Good question.
This is out of your hands now.
Don't point at me, it's rude.
The change has already begun. Nothing can stop it now. But just waiting around for it to happen would be no fun at all. I think I'll erase everything from the world just before the real destruction begins. Just sit back and watch.
So I see the yellow gem on his forehead, but I don't see the other two. Unless they all became one gem on his head.
What? What are you doing?
Destroying everything. Or is he lifting off the castle? Wait. This was only ever part of the castle, wasn't it? That's why the wall didn't make sense. No, never mind. The wall's still embedded in the floor. You know, the Dark Genie did this bit too with the whole flying castle thing. But mine's bigger. Is it? I don't know. I don't know if it's bigger at all, really. I think yours is actually smaller. I'm gonna destroy the world anyway. I mean, yeah, you are. Still smaller, though. Now that seems like a problem. Or is that just how this thing's gonna move?
Splendid. So this is the power of the stones.
What did you do?
You'll find out soon enough. I shall show you the power this palace possesses, the power I possess.
Yeah, this place has a lot in common with the Dark Genie Fortress now that I think about it. I wonder if he inherited that castle and that's part of how this whole thing happened. Oh, we're teleporting. It's gonna get really awkward to get back to the train this way.
What happened?
Don't tell me.
Go have a look outside. I'm sure you'll like the view.
As long as we don't get sucked out in the vacuum of space. I mean, a lot of this looks the same. I don't know what he's talking about.
Something terrible has happened.
Oh, hey, you're still here, Osmond. Good for you. You missed your boat a little bit, bud.
What is it?
Somehow this palace has returned to the present.
That's kind of what I figured when he warped it.
It can't be.
So, which present, Osmond? Your present, Max's present, Griffin's present. We got 3 different presents technically involved here.
What is Griffin planning now?
He said he was going to destroy everything. I presume he's going to destroy the future. Which begs the question, why is he bothering to come up here to destroy everything when he could have just destroyed everything in his time and that would have erased everything in one go? But he is trying to make a point, I guess. I do really like those red windows, though. Can I have those when you're dead, Griffin? Because I'm gonna have to kill you. Those look an awful lot like the shots that came out of the Dark Genie.
I can't believe this.
It's Griffin's doing.
Oh man, let's get out of here!
Right, we need a new plan.
Yeah, we either need to get out of here or get back in the building, because one way or the other, we need to not be there.
Is that Conda and the others?
Huh. Was not expecting the constructor bot to show up here. Guess Furbits live for a really long time, huh?
Back up. Fire!
Just throwing rocks at it. I respect the hustle, guys, but I don't know how well that's gonna work out. Now they dodged that one. Where's the Rebellion's big, impressive fortress in all of this? You would think that would be the thing that would come here to fight. The Ixion just happened to be on the chunk of ground that the castle lifted off with, by the way. Very convenient for us. Okay, good, they're bailing out. I was honestly half expecting Conda and the boys to get blasted out of the sky. Like, right as we were about to leave. This is a problem, though. This is a big problem.
Where is this?
Looks like some kind of ruins.
I'm following Elena's instructions. She said to land here. Here it is. I'll set it up.
Glad they had a backup
Listen
plan ready.
carefully, Max. Something truly terrible has happened.
Yeah, we kind of fucked up. He's got all 3 gems now. Turns out sending your 2 holders of the most powerful magical artifacts in the universe to go fight the guy who's got the 3rd one, not exactly the greatest idea. Turns out, you know, you just put all the magic MacGuffins in one place and, bad things happen.
It's incredible. But somehow Griffin has shown up in your time.
Well, he's also here in the future, too. He's in all places at once, I presume, now.
If he continues, he could go through time, destroying each era in turn.
So what should we do?
The only way to stop Griffin is to attack his palace with our fortress, Pasnos.
Oh, you mean that thing I was suggesting doing already? Yeah, that thing.
But it's not like we could just bring Pasnos to this time period.
Well, technically we can. If we can send the Ixie in here, we could probably figure out a way to move Pasnos backward through time.
There is a way.
You're kidding.
There's a way to do everything we need to do, because we need to be able to do it.
At the place where you are now, Kazarov Stonehenge, there is a unique convergence of space-time flow. We must make a chrono-union there.
Chrono-union?
It's when time and space envelop each other. We have to make an area where your time and my time will both exist in the same place. If we can do that, then we can send Pasnos to your time from here.
That's really possible?
Yes, the Ancient Ones knew the secret, and Luna Labs deciphered it from their wall murals. We don't have much time. Let's get to it. There should be 4 stone pillars standing there in Kazarov.
Uh-huh.
I see them.
There's a few rocks that probably aren't supposed to be there, but other than that, it looks like it's intact.
In each pillar, there is a hole. The holes are there to receive 4 colored gems.
Let me guess. I'm gonna have to go to each of those side paths in the previous areas and go get a thing from each of them to put into these holes. Just gonna put that out there right now. That's almost certainly what this is leading to.
Put a gem in each one of the holes, and it's possible to make a chrono union.
But where do I find these gems?
The 4 gems are hidden somewhere in your world. In the forest, the valleys, the sea, or in the mountains.
Predictable game. Predictable.
Go to all the places you've ever been and search for those gems. They're definitely there somewhere. There is a key for getting the gems from where they're hidden. The key is hidden in the center of Stonehenge, where you are now.
I assume said key is what lets us go on those side paths to go get the gems. But you know, if we knew about this option, maybe we should have prepared this ahead of time. I guess since they're still the chosen of their respective Atlamilias, they're the keys to opening this.
In here?
You know, that's less impressive than I thought it was going to be with how that looked. Look at all this big, impressive stuff. Little key.
That's it. Now, if you find doors that open with that key, you're sure to find the gems.
Okay, I've got it. We'll head out and find them.
Even now, Griffin is starting his rampage again. Hurry, Max.
Yes,
Now
we got a
you can
lot of
jump to
legwork
any
to do.
place you like, in this time or the future, by using the Ixion's time travel system.
That is going to simplify things, because we don't need time gates or anything anymore. Admittedly, this would be the only way that we would possibly be able to do this now, considering we lost our Atlamilia.
With the Atlamilia stolen, the Ixion is our only means of time travel.
Yep.
And you can control the time travel system by remote, too.
Convenient.
If it's a place with a time gate, you can go directly into the future, just like before. Use it carefully.
No.
Awesome! Convenient and cool!
Well, so where to first?
Remember the star symbols we've seen around?
Yeah, huh?
Maybe those symbols mark where the gems are. What
Yeah,
do you
huh?
think?
Yeah, I think you're right. Let's go.
They really make it quite clear, don't they? Which I appreciate that, but at the same time, it's like, you know, maybe you're ham-fisting that along a little too hard. I think people can figure out the fact that they're in those places they were before. That explains the title of When Two Eras Collide. Yeah, there's the flying castle. And now we have just a piece of the menu that lets us go to Luna Lab or any of the other or future places. That's gonna make getting from place to place so much easier. Really wish we could have had this sooner. And of course, we have Kazarov Stonehenge. Looking at this map, I've realized something. Aside from the flying castle itself, there's not room for another location. I think we've been to every major location in the game now. And it makes sense, too, because if you look, it makes an almost perfect symbol around Sindane when you include the castle. Palm Brinks is the bottom right corner. Balance Valley's the bottom left corner. Venezio and the castle are the alternate upper corners. And then Heimrata and Kazarov make up the top. And then Sindane's the center. It's interesting that there's no future Palm Brinks. But perhaps there will be something to that in the far future, or of the game. Hard to say. But I think our first stop should be to go back to Rainbow Butterfly Wood. We're admittedly gonna have a bit of legwork to do. But the legwork's gonna be easy. We're more than strong enough now that nothing's really gonna be able to stand in our way. In fact, assuming the enemies haven't gotten stronger around here, I can probably train up the monster transformation during this process. So you guys get to see this little guy in action. Because this still hasn't had a chance to get training. So, this should be beneficial. Gotta say, I was expecting to be away from the team for longer than we ended up being, though. Because we can just go fetch the people that were on Blackstone 1 anytime we want now. Like, they were really framing that like we were gonna be away for a bit. They admittedly didn't give you any, like, point of no return warnings or anything that would have solidified that. But it was just a suspicious thing, you know? There's the fairy saw, which we might still need. But for anybody that wasn't here in session 2 and I think 3, welcome to Rainbow Butterfly Wood. Population, a lot of things that want you dead, and a lot of trees. This is the second area of the game, where we needed to help the Furbits and where we first learned about how to use the geocrystals to rebuild towns. It was also one of the places that took a bit more work to get it repaired. Honestly, most of the places after this one were a lot more straightforward. As we had much less in the way of resources available to us and less knowledge of how to handle things as well. So, I gotta say, I think Melaine might still be the most particular out of all the characters to recruit so far as well. Since she needed a twice upgraded sword. The only other one that wanted an upgraded weapon was Gerald, and he just needed a singular upgrade. This is getting a little rough. They're not really doing any real damage to us, so it's fine. But it was just getting to be a really ugly situation standing there in that pile. Oh, something else I should mention is that red bar for monster transformation. The only way I know of to refill that is to leave the dungeon. Or at the very least, complete the floor. I think it'll restore. And that health bar in green up there is still Monica's health bar. She takes the damage that her transformed form takes. Unlike Max, whose ride pod is a separate health bar. So that's worth bearing in mind, and another reason why I'm probably not gonna heavily use the monster transformations, but I wanted to at least show them off a bit. Because I love games that let you transform into the monsters you fight and things like that. You know, it's kind of like why I have a shape-shifting capability for my model. Because I really like the idea of being able to change into different things. But unfortunately, most games kind of underutilize that kind of mechanic when they have them. This isn't that much different there, unfortunately. Because you have to put in a lot of work to make this mechanic go anywhere. And while I'm not opposed to putting in work, y'all have seen me grind out a few things before that took a lot to make happen. The exchange rate here so far is not impressing me. So yeah, we do need the fairy saw still. I'm not gonna worry about full clearing this floor because we've done it already. So it's more important to us just be able to get out of here and get on to the next area. And I may not use the monster transformation there. Because I assume these enemies are going to be stronger. Like, this is going to be where the actual danger lies. Looking for the Earth Gem. That's the other reason why I'm doing these in order, by the way, is I anticipate the difficulty will scale in the order of places we go. Yep, we got spirit flyers now. Didn't one of the weapons I was working on need spirit flyers? Hold that thought, bud. I appreciate your patience in not killing me while I figure out what I'm supposed to kill you with. There we go, Spirit Flyer was part of Soulbreaker. This needs Heat Fairy still. I'm just refreshing my memory on all of them right quick while I have this up. Okay, so you need that gun out, and I need to switch to Max. Oh, that doesn't do any damage to him, though. These guys are strong. I'm gonna need to weaken him first. There we go. Judging from how little damage he was taking there, though, either they have a very high resistance to bullets, or they are very strong. Could be both. What else we got here? I'm assuming this is going to be leveled up forms of a lot of the things that were already here. There's the Cursed Rose, which we don't need in any of the things we have. A Zucky. He's a zucchini, I get it. There's also a Geostone here. But I assume that's to give you the last piece of information about the requirements for Sindane. And before anybody gets excited, that was a potato cake, not a potato pie, so Max doesn't care about that. That's the fishing item. I got fooled by that before, too, and I was very sad. Didn't I just cure that poison? I guess blocking doesn't always protect you from poison. Halloween Blade, though, just chewing through these guys real well. No big surprise, since I think the Halloween Blade is currently our strongest weapon at all. But yeah, unfortunately, it needs an Arthur and a Rolling Rocks to go anywhere. It needs over 100 lightning. This needs a Flaming Nail and a Sleeper. But we'll see how well this handles. If it handles alright, we'll use this instead. It's, I think, closer to being ready. Ooh. Experience coins exist here, which will give ABS up, I presume. So that's actually going to be huge to give to a weapon I actually care about working on more. Okay, yeah, the Tsukikage is doing just fine here, too. Which makes sense, because they have similar strength. I don't think I have any keys on me, do I? Other than the star key, which isn't going to work for this. Well, gamble! It was poison. But we got a wealth coin, so that's good. We're getting lots of good coins, suddenly. So that makes me happy. Max is hurt a little bit. We'll go ahead and just double pudding. Now they're both healed. Hooray! Repair the ride pod while I'm on this screen, too. There we go. Get everybody and everything sorted out. While we're on our little world tour here, we will stop off and see how Cedric's items have changed, and see what else we can do for the ride pod and such. Oh, there was a healing fountain right there. It's fine. Perfect. Get a bunch of experience for her magic weapon. And of course, no matter where we go, there's always gotta be mimics. The ever-present inescapable mimics. Yeah, it doesn't hurt it, so there's no point in trying there. Out of range, huh? Yikes. Ow. Good thing there's that healing fountain there. Oh, I could have probably magicked him to death. He was almost... Oh well. I didn't want him hitting me again since we were already at half. Seemed dangerous. How many of you little blights on the landscape am I gonna have to chew through? Answer? It's always gonna be one more than I would ever want to. I think we all know the answer to that question. Okay. Running, 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 running. Nice and easy. Oh, there's the saw we're gonna need. So I guess it's still just the same item as usual to get through these floors then. I was curious about that. Okay, definitely less effective against the cursed roses. Compared to the Halloween blade. But this way, this gets some levels as well. Stop poisoning me! Stop it. Toxic little bastards. And they drop soap, though. It's interesting. That means it would enable me to get rid of goo, which is not what they do. But that implies something else around here does do that. Guess let's just put a ton of beast into this. Because everything else is already over 100, so that's probably close to where it needs to be on the relative scale. The beast, however, is the thing that's the farthest away, so that's the thing that needs to be worked on. Didn't we have one of these that did beast? We do. And it does scale as well, which this does need. And lightning. Yeah, this does everything this needs, so we're actually gonna go ahead and put that gem in here. Because that's why I was holding the gems. I was waiting for things that that need more than 2 of the things that gem does to get the most value out of it possible. Okay, it just needs beast now. That's fantastic news, which means it probably needs like 105 beast, which that's gonna be an issue. But we haven't found a flaming nail or a sleeper yet anyway. And I'm willing to assume that neither of those things are gonna be here. I have a suspicion that we've already seen the new enemies for this area. Because remember, this area is only like 3 rooms long. Or so there's not a lot of room for multiple new enemy types. And since there's carryover between the areas as far as enemies go... God damn it. Somehow it ended up having just a touch more health left. I don't really want to burn a resurrection powder, so we'll just finish this place off with Max. It's fine. His weapons need work anyway. Sylph and Star Tortoise. There's a chance the Star Tortoise is here, but I doubt it. And I'm betting the Sylph is going to be in Balance Valley. The Star Tortoise may very well be in the water zone, since that's where we saw turtles last. Just think, all of that defense and everything we have, and these things still just chew right through us. I'm kind of concerned about how strong the Mount Gundor section's gonna be. But they may not be increased as much Like, this may be like a flatter plane where all of them are relatively even strength. This is based on the chapter, not necessarily the area. That's actually something I'm curious about. So let's take a moment and pull open our monster notes. Oh, are they, like, in a specific part? They must be filed by Habitat. Here I was being clever. Yeah, Spirit Flyer has 112 ABS, 114 gold, drops a bunch of wind stuff. Guns are pretty much ineffective, so that's why the Spirit Gun wasn't effective against them, and they're weak to lightning, which explains why Monica's swords were ripping through them. Zuckies are also weak to lightning. And CH? Chill. Swords are effective against the Cursed Roses. Wrenches are ineffective, which is why we're having a problem there. Fire and Cyclone are good against them. And then the Mimics. So that's interesting. For some reason, I thought you could see their strength and everything in there too, which is why I actually opened that. I was actually going to compare them to their previous iterations, and I can't do that as it turns out. It's a good thing that a lot of our weapons have lightning, because lightning is very effective here. Power Crystal, very good. Nowhere near as important anymore, considering we can buy them, but take what we can get. The drops from these Zuckies, well, are sucky, but it's fine.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
Oh god, we can place Vita here. You know what? This place isn't that bad to place Vita in. Except I apparently have to shoot around a corner in one shot. Unless they're thinking of having me just shoot over, but I have a bad feeling about that. This might be too high. Nope, perfect. See, when I have a reliable surface to bounce off of, I can do good shots. Let's see what our Spheda reward is for this area. 3 gift capsules. Well, that'll take up a bunch of inventory space, but that is a value of 1,200 saved. The only problem with that being I have to actually be interested in collecting all the monster medals, which I'm not really that interested in anymore. It's that awkward mix of proximity to the end of the game and the amount of work it would take to get them to go anywhere. I'm probably going to just focus on one monster, and it'll be the Gemron, because it's so effective. And it's on brand. Like, I really don't have a reason to worry about the other ones. I did want to work up the skeleton, because I figured he'd have interesting options. But honestly, the skeleton kinda sucks at the start. His stats are way lower than the Gemron, which makes sense because you get him in an earlier area. Let's step out of the dungeon for a moment just to make sure that Monica revives. Oh yeah, the Ixian's just here now. Now, is everybody on the train, though? That's what I need to know. Yep, Conda's here, so presumably everybody's here. Yep, there's Julia. Okay, so anybody you would have on the train will be present. Good to know. Yeah, you can't go out the back of the train. Even though a back exit's a option on the Ixion suddenly. I'm now more tempted than ever to turn the Digihammer into a sphere. Probably turn it into a sphere, put it into this. How much lightning and beast does this have? Negligible amounts of both, and not much scale either, so this may actually end up going into a different weapon then. But one way or the other, I don't think I have any reason to use the Digihammer. The Poison Wrench is very good, considering it's got stealing, poison, and it's a fast attacking weapon that's as strong. The only thing it's not as good about is it only has one smash. But I really don't need all of these redundant things. Oh yeah, we never looked at the Platinum Brassard. It's got wealth, and it's got solid starting stats. That's all it's got going for it. Oh, and it's also worth noting I didn't end up making any inventions. You have anything to say? No, you're just still saying that. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna quickly go do some shopping again. Thinking about it, I think we can actually get everything I would want for the most part in Gundurata. Or do they not have gems here? I genuinely don't remember if they have gems here or not. If they don't have gems, then this trip is pointless. The item shop I know didn't have anything I wanted. I'm pretty sure the weapon shop didn't have it either. So I think this place is useless to us. I think I did want to go to the same place I just went to before. I was trying to avoid just going back there again immediately. But they're the ones that sell gems, and gems are what I need. What was this again? Did I do this already? Yeah, that was laser arms. They do sell claymores now, so that's fun. Oh, that was the other thing I wanted to do. Yeah, was go check the shops to see if their inventory's updated with anything interesting. So yeah, we'll quickly do that while we're here then. I think that's where my brain got crossed, was wanting to check the updated inventories. Part shop is the next floor up, though. I don't think there's going to be anything of note in the item shop, but I guess we can check since we're here. We should be able to power through the vast majority of this chapter today. Unless the enemies get way stronger or along the way. Nope, your inventory hasn't changed at all. I'm gonna grab some cheese while we're here, though. We are definitely gonna need that. I'm gonna go ahead and sell the Crystal Brassard, because the Platinum one's gonna take on that job. And with what I just said about the gift capsules, I'm just gonna get rid of them. I need the money. Had a lot of fish to sell. I'm keeping a hold of a bunch of fishing stuff in case I change my mind about fishing at some point. We suddenly have a lot of escape powders, and we don't need that many. So we'll sell down to 5 of those. suddenly we have lots of cash. Well, lots of cash is an overstatement. We also don't need 90 green paint. Probably. I don't know why we ended up with so much green paint in particular. We did. Probably because we were getting in one of the places I was heavily farming. Okay, that's much better. A few more pieces of cheese. This way we should be able to afford what we're aiming to get, which is going to be a bunch more gems, primarily. And if we do see anything cool in any of the weapon shops, we can grab it. Art shop was another floor up, wasn't it? I think these two shops were first floor, and then... yeah, the part shop was here. And then we'll find out if we can actually just leave here instantly or not. If we can, then yeah, I'm absolutely gonna go visit all the shops, because it'll only take me a few minutes to do that. Because it cuts the whole run back out. Did we ever take a picture of this? Display robo. Don't think I did. Your inventory didn't change. That's a shame. I'm sure Cedric's did. Your commands can't reach the Ixion from here. Okay. I guess I can't do it from inside a building still. Or, never mind. What the fuck's the point? Oh, that is only to the Pasnos Bridge. Okay. Why isn't that linked up with the other teleport pads? That doesn't make any sense. Because you can go to the Pasnos' bridge from any other teleport pad, so why are none of the other teleport pads connected to that one? And why is the Ixions travel one way? It's very weird. The decisions made for the future portions of this game. I genuinely don't get it. They even still use the animation as if we're leaving normally. What? I have to assume a shortcut was taken at that point. Like, oh, nobody will worry about this, just hand wave that part away. A type deal. Which I guess most people probably aren't gonna notice, or at least not notice enough to care. For some reason, it's getting a real itch in my brain. And I think it's probably just the fact that it means it takes me more time to run around. Ooh, moon armlet. That might be, considering that's twice the price of the platinum brassard, that might actually be better than most things she's using magic-wise, so we'll take that. How good is that? Not bad! 88 and 99 and 60 scale. That might be my way to get lots of scale. Because that starts at 60 scale. I just have to level it up 5 times. And it'll be set to go. It is expensive at 1,800, but when I'm gonna be grinding like crazy between sessions, I do think I'm gonna grind up a bunch of those and just sphere them around as my solution to the scale problem. The only problem is gonna be that's gonna be 5 points each. Probably for only like 30 of the scale to work at most, so it might not actually be as genius a plan as I'm thinking it is. So this shop didn't change at all. That's mildly disappointing. I need a bunch of these. Need a bunch of these. And I need some more of these. Those are the primary things I know that I need off the top of my head. And with the advent of the moon armlet, the platinum brassard can go away. I don't need that. I'm keeping the Pockle because it's got a good bonus on it. The missile pod can also go away, sadly. I like the idea of the missile pod, but it's not helpful. The magic gun's so far behind at this point, I think I just need to get rid of it. Unfortunately. If you think I'm in scrounge mode right now, good news, you're correct. I am very much scrounging. There we go. This way we have a decent amount of all of those. Because again, I don't think I need to worry as much about scale now. Aside from in the immediate. In the immediate, it's still an issue. But when it comes to actually doing the grinding from here, not gonna be that big a deal. So what we'll probably do is I won't worry about upgrading my weapons much during today's session. I'm gonna reflexively end up doing it here and there, but it's not gonna be a priority. Like it has been. Let's see. I think that covers the main points. We'll check Jurak Mall just for completeness sake. So admittedly, Mullane's shop has been pretty good about providing good weapons as well, so I should probably check that too. And it's already local to where we're gonna need to be. Well, they sell antique swords, so that's cool. If I wanted to level up another one to also have a 7-branch sword, I could do that, but there's no real reason to do that. And I do think that the leveling rate from the forest section is already going to be better than the mountain. That said, it'll probably be even better. Since when was there a box here? That must be new. That has to be new. There's another box here, too. What? But I checked here so many times that must have triggered from events more so than from us improving the area. So there may end up being a couple more boxes to grab in the other places when we unlock the star areas. But I'll keep an eye out for that and in the future. I don't need to worry about that right this moment. Still, an extra 8 hit points for both of them is nothing to sneeze at. Anything new? No, not really. Also, if you wanted really expensive healing items, you could buy the roasted chestnuts here. I'm not really sure why you would, but you can. Like, about the only reason I could think of to want those roasted chestnuts is if you already have 20 of all of the other healing items. And you just want even more healing to be on hand. Which I could understand that. Yeah, part of the reason why I was even going to check Mullane's shop is the fact that we are already back here in Sindane, where her shop is. We literally just hop over here and we can go check. And I was debating putting her back in the party as well, since she would raise the levels for swords. But at the same time, I feel like Monica's had a lot of chance to get her stuff upgraded. It's only fair Max gets a turn getting his wrench up faster. It's either that or I go fetch Gerald to raise guns faster. I think Julia does armbands? Not sure about that. She's the one who sells armbands, so I would assume she levels armbands faster and better as well. Hang on, it's getting surprisingly warm in here. For the fact that it snowed. There we go. But I think the heat's just kicking on more consistently because it's cold. So it actually makes it warmer in here. Which is fine. It's still 60 degrees according to the thermostat in here, so that's perfectly comfortable. Just a little much for layers, you know? And that's Fahrenheit for anybody actually paying attention to that. Yeah, I think we're going to just go ahead and go back into Rainbow Butterfly Wood now. Yep, it's a max-only floor, which is perfectly fine. I know I said I wasn't going to work on these more, but opportunity is right there, so I'm going to test that. And Beast is going to be useful in here. Okay, 100. It is the correct amount. Or I overshot, and it's just like 90 that it needs. Would be funny. And we can find out the answer to that question right now. Nope, 92 is not enough. Also, I should be able to tell that thinking about it because of the fact that when it hit 100 attack, it also stopped blinking. So yeah, 100's what it needs for everything. Mild yikes. Mild yikes. But the lightning is also useful here, considering just about everything in this place is weak to lightning. Oh, good. We get to fight the trees. Is with Max. If I care about the metal, which I don't, but reflexes, I suppose. So I guess maybe everything is making a return here. We're in a stronger form then. Might just mean that they're on an accelerated program here. So what are you? I can't see your nameplate. Okay, you're just a Mad Tor. Honestly, why do I care about metals now that I think about it? I also forgot to check Cedric's shop. That was the thing I was forgetting. The second the ride popped out, I'm like, oh, right, that was the thing. Oh, there's the Sylph. Doesn't the wrench need Sylph? The wrench needed Sylph, it does. Perfect. You know, thinking about it, they were here. The little fairies that were being annoying and flying around. So why wouldn't the Sylphs have been here? Sometimes the things I think don't make sense. You're a durable son of a bitch, aren't you? You'll die eventually. Even if it has to be death by 1,000 concussions. Thanks for the free heartthrob cherry, I guess. I'm kind of concerned that you're the one giving me that, but let's not worry too much about it. Red box, please. Hey, we got a free Wildcat. Which actually upsets me a bit on many levels, considering certain things, but let's not worry about that too much. I actually would have rather the Holy Crystals for once. I suppose that continues the trend of never really getting what I want from the clown. But I've also just been grabbing the red box every time. In part because it's a random crapshoot as to which thing he gives you anyway. So if I'd kept up with my initial bit of alternating every time, I may very well have gotten more of what I wanted instead of sticking to one thing. Okay, so these are Dorons. I did not mean to transform back into the ride pod. I just ended up clicking the stick running. Okay, that's just a fly. I got concerned for a second there because I saw something kind of hovering in front of me. I wasn't sure if it was a spider at first. I don't really want to kill them from here. I'd rather go around to the other side and kill them there so I can get the experience. Nice and easy. Flip the coin, what do I get? Damn it. Great. I was already hurt, thanks game. Just hurt me more, I guess. We'll go ahead and hit those two enemies that are all the way out here by themselves, and then we'll go back down to the pile that are behind the locked door. Because I assume that box in front of there is where the item I need to get into the locked door is, because we don't have it yet, and enemies don't drop it. I was mashing the menu button. Oh right, that's a game over. This is a max only floor. Oh no. Oh, that's bad actually, that's real bad. I hate that. It may appear as if nothing bad happened. But I've got bad news. And you'll understand when we go into the floor. So I'm pretty sure that undid all the shopping I did. Yep, it sure did undo all the shopping I did. Because I didn't save after shopping when I went back in because I wasn't expecting to die. So then again, who would be going into a fight expecting to die, but still. Well. That's a bunch of progress out the window. All because I was too aggressive when my health was low. There we go. There's the sylph we needed, and for the wrench again, so at least that's done again quickly. Now you know why I'm so rabid about saving all the time. Oh, I only barely got the menu up that time. We also don't have any of the healing items I bought. The only thing really we have from the last little bit there is the fact that I learned how much the wrench needs for its points. And we learned what's in what shop. And I'm gonna have to go back and get one of those damn platinum bands. Not platinum bands, moon bands. That's the one. But that does at least mean only one stop has to be remade. I have no reason to go back to the workshop right now. I should probably go back to Jirac Mall and go get those 2 Fruits of Eden, but I can also worry about that after today's session's over. Because what I'll probably do is I'll go check all the future places again to make sure that there's no other things that spawned as a result of getting through the extra areas. But I see no reason to drag y'all along for the ride on that one. On the bright side, at least we only lost the progress of a shopping trip and part of one floor. We didn't, like, lose having gone into this segment at all or anything. Which, that would have been a disaster. Like, that would have been a complete disaster. Let that be a reminder of a lesson I've already learned, though. Be much more careful when you're in a sealed stage. I know that lesson already, because I've learned that lesson before. Under the exact same circumstances, I think. I'm pretty sure it was a max floor where we died before. Actually, no, Monica was the one dying a lot, so that may very well be who had ended up being the cause of that lesson before, but it doesn't matter who caused it. We did lose the Wildcat we got as well, but that's fine. All that was going to turn into was like 700 gold. That was probably just going to sell it. I meant to run up and guard against that so I could get to the gems quick enough, but plan didn't work out. What? Where are you? You just missed completely. Okay, bud. You do you. Okay, the question shooter doesn't seem to be doing a ton more damage here. So we'll stick to the Soul Breaker. Which lost its levels as well. Because it gained a couple levels in here. Which I thought it had levels already. But I clearly am wrong about that. You little shitter. Things have suddenly gotten much more awkward. Or is the sylphs involved? Oh, and now you're just entering spam mode, huh? Okay, no more fucking around. Just throwing off my whole plan of leveling because you want to be a little bastard. Interfering with an honorable duel between a zucchini man and a small child. Sentences I thought I would never utter for 500. Whatever that sentence just was. Well, here we are, though. New sentences happening every day. I probably would have focused on clearing this place at least somewhat with Max's own weapons, if this wasn't a Max-only floor that I already died on once. The already dying on it once thing's kind of the deal breaker there. Last thing I need is to have a floor where I suddenly actually die more than once. I don't think we've had anywhere where I've died repeatedly yet. We've had me die back-to-back floors before, but I don't think we've died on the same floor more than once. And I intend to keep it that way. Ideally, not dying ever again, but I know the reality of that one. It's kind of funny in a way. I don't think we've lost a boss fight yet, have we? We've only lost the fight on a particular floor.
All right, that takes care of you guys.
Not playing Spheda yet. Want to grab the treasure and the healing here. Worth it. I feel like these are deceptively easy courses. But then again, it is technically the first real dungeon again. Even if it is a side path of the first real dungeon, and that you access only much later in the game. So I've got 3 shots. And it's unlikely that I'll manage to out of bounds this. Unless I really just yeet it off into the woods somewhere. Okay, the only problem with that approach is the fact that it's now the wrong color. But if we just gently tap it up into the air... Or it didn't change color, okay. But it's changed color off the floor before. Shenanigans, game. Shenanigans, I say. Well, there's more than one way to handle this problem. Don't know why it bounced the way it did, but it worked. It was not at all what was shown. But I think I underpowered it a little too much for it to follow the tracking line. Ama no Murakamo. Kumo. Either way. That sounds very cool. A sword amongst sword, the strongest of all? Wow! Wow! 99 attack, 120 lightning, 100 beast, 120 scale, right out the box. These all need very nasty sounding enemies as well. But I'm not gonna lie to you, I may very well turn this one into a synth sphere. It's really cool and really powerful. But I've already got so many weapons. Like, Monica in particular has... That's now her 5th sword. I don't think she needs so many swords. I mean, a lady's allowed to have a collection of swords, absolutely. But there comes a point where that collection of swords is too much. Now, there's another side to this coin, though, in that we might actually synth sphere the Tsukikage instead. Is there's decent odds that the Tsukikage turns into the Ama no Murakumo. So I'm gonna do us all a favor here and check something. This is one of the rare times I'm actually gonna look at the weapon list live, because this will save us a lot of time and aggravation. And I've got it in my history, I just need to scroll back to it, which will take a second. Shops, there's the side quest, there it is. Oh, okay. So, turns out armbands kind of get the short end of the stick, by the way. Turns out Lynn's the only one that gives you bonuses to armbands. And she's not able to be back in the party ever again after the chapter she's in's over. So that sucks. Like, that just seems kind of poorly thought out on the developer's part there. Okay, that turns into those, but that's not the question I'm asking. Yep, I was right. That sword just straight up turns into the Amanumurakumo. Since that was a pretty obvious one, I felt it was fair to check that. So what we're gonna do then is exactly what I said. We're gonna finish leveling the Tsukikage to 5 and then Synth Sphere it out. Which is gonna be very helpful, actually, because it has a lot of points and a lot of things other weapons need. What do I put into it? Actually, we're gonna put the experience coin in it then. Because that'll pass the ABS up onto whatever I put it into. Now, the other 5 points... I think the other 5 points will go into more lightning. This way it'll pass on more lightning. It'll get some more points when it gains one more level, and that'll probably go into a bit more scale for it, so it passes on more of that as well. That just makes the most sense. Now, put the golf club away and get the whacking club back. Let's get out of here. Move on with our lives into the future. Or, more importantly, to save the future. Where'd that saw end up? There it is. Down goes the tree, and out we go. Yep. Now remember, save the game so you don't waste everyone's time, including your own, dying on this next floor. Now, I'm gonna be clearing it with Monster Transformation. I can tell you that one for free right now, game. Monster Transformation's been left behind a little too hard at this point. Let's finish leveling that sword up so we can get that swap done. Oh yeah, we never technically left the dungeon in this reality, so her health was still 1. That was almost bad. Good thing the beeping happened. Tree. I mean, it did warn me that the trees were going to be the enemy in this area, but still. Ow. Wow, 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 wow. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. You've made your point. Proper tool for the job. Though there being two of them together maybe wastes some of the experience, but, you know. Would have been more of a waste if we just died again immediately there. Grab the geosphere, not that we particularly need it, but I don't want to leave those behind. Now, considering this place was named for the trees, I'm going to assume that a lot of them are going to be trees. But I'm going to hope that I'm wrong. I'm going to really hope that I'm wrong. Otherwise, that's going to be a lot of character swapping shenanigans that are happening. Oh boy. I'll figure out what that means later. There's another one of those posts that are just concerning enough when you see only part of it that you ask a lot of questions. Most of which that I'm not sure I want the answer to in reality, but it's fine. Okay, now we know where everything is. That will help a lot. Bad mimic. No biscuit. No life either. You gonna be a mimic too? No. You just were full of poison. Great. Great, I think I'd rather the mimic. Never mind, I take it back. I would not rather the mimic at all. No, thank you. Good day, sir. I regret the statement I've made. Goodbye. You know, everybody says things they don't mean sometimes, and you know, that was one of them. That right there, that was definitely something I didn't mean at all. Oh, bandit coin. Always helpful. And teach more weapons to steal. And that'll mean free items. Who doesn't like free items? I mean, really now, it's free. Aha! Hooray, the full heal when my health was already full. Dang it. Thank you for clipping that, Tiny. I'm glad my instant regret is immediately caught for all of time. And there we go. Sword leveled up. Which is perfectly timed with the ad break, because people don't have to sit there and watch me do this. You get here and immediately clip something. Yeah, that sounds about right. But I appreciate it. Jam that in there. Goodbye, Tsukikage. Even though you were close to where you needed to be, it's time for you to become something else. Yeah, it's gonna add 73 E to scale, 74 to lightning, probably a similar amount of attack. That's gonna be helpful. Thank you for the resub as well, Tiny. Much appreciated. Your 15th month, no less, too. So let's see. We can't put it into the Umurakumo. What was the one that I was, like, the most concerned about getting the stats for? It's like, I have the available space to use it for this, but that would be a waste for this one. This one was also intended to turn into a synth sphere, so that's not the one I wanted it for. Train. Train, please. I mean, it would help the Pakul Coal, but it wouldn't be... It's not what that needs. This would help a lot for getting a different upgrade for this, but that wasn't the one we were aiming for. We just wanted the Exorcism Cyclone one, so it isn't that. We kept seeing things that needed scale, and now when I'm looking for it, I can't find it. This needs scale, but it also needs lightning, so... It's tempting. We'll figure it out later. I spent basically the whole ad break staring at that, but we'll solve that mystery later. Joke's on you, I'm using a stronger sword this time, you little bastard. I mean, I could just put the Tsukikage into the Amanuma Rakomo. But it needs to get 5 points before I can do that, so it needs 2 levels. How many times am I gonna end up saying that name? Probably a lot of times. Especially since I'm keeping it. Dang it. Yay, I lost half of my already lowered health. Joke's on you, game. I was already hurt bad enough I was gonna heal anyway. All they did was make me heal sooner. And that's how you defeat evil. You let them waste their time doing things that don't matter. That's a tree. Lasers are great at dealing with trees. Yep. Oh, hey, the tree had the saw. That still is such a concerning concept when the tree is just carrying the saw around in its own pocket. I was gonna loot the box first, but if you really want to die that badly, you know, I can oblige you, I suppose. Vaporize your explosive children first. Oh, now it lets me open the box. Okay, game. You know, totally not in the middle of something or anything. Okay, I'm gonna stop switching all the way back to Monica, because it's just gonna be more trees. Was it unnecessary to throw a rock at him when I was already gonna blast him? Yes. But was it funny, though? Also, yes. No reason to go that way. There's just one box and one enemy left. And more than likely, that last enemy is also going to be a tree. Oh, and you also wanted to be a pain in my ass, huh? Summon one more mimic. This is why we can't have nice things. Hey, what do you know? It's almost like this game is very predictable sometimes. Have a rock. Now that one was just pure spite.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
Great success. Yes, I know I can play Sfida. Give me a minute. Want to collect my reward first. Now we'll go play golf. We're making a lot of money on these floors, too. That will help solve my resource issues. You know what? This might be one of those rare times where this idea will actually work. Or I'm gonna be wasting a shot here. Let's find out. Well, it worked, sort of. I overshot my mark a little bit. But you can, in fact, just hop over those bushes. This might work. The foliage cover here is a little light. The trees aren't in a good spot, but I think this'll work. Or it'll bounce off the top of the bush and go halfway across the galaxy. I forgot that this is the forest of rubber bushes. Well, never mind. So the physics of Spheda continue to elude me, ever so slightly. Somehow, that ball will go from, I don't want to bounce off of anything, to, I have been hopped up on speed, wah! And there it is, over in another galaxy somewhere immediately. It's just a hell of a thing. Now, I presume this is going to be the boss that'll lead to whatever or gem or what have you we need in order to fulfill our part of the bit here. Yep, Chamber of the Sleeping Earth gem. And despite me ignoring the idea of using those metals, we have 45 of them now. What is this thing? It's a tree. Guardian of Ancient Treasures, Trentos. I hate to break it to you, but you know what doesn't do well against technology? Trees. You are also really slow. This is such a shame for you. Anyway, I'm just gonna keep backpedaling and shooting you until you cease to be. Are you just a fancy version of the regular tree enemies? So you seem to be doing the same thing they tried to do. Needed to sneeze. Needed to sneeze because timing just had to be there to cut off that joke. Anyway, that sure was a boss fight, huh? Oh, the excitement. Thank you. There's our first gem. Getting here was way harder than getting this. Alright, off we go. They really should be protecting these better, considering how important they are. Oh well. Guess that's decidedly not my problem. Oh yeah, it occurs to me, Cedric's not going to be standing outside the train anymore because he's not running this train. So hold that thought. We need to go to Heimrata for a moment. Is we need to go talk to an old man about some robot upgrades. His house is easy to find, thankfully, because he's the one I stuck in the metal house. Like, technically he's running around with us, but I don't think I can access his menus from the party menu. Let's see. Upgrade the ride pod. What do you got? You've got the core upgrade that I'm gonna need. You got the refrigerator body and the wooden box body. Hammer hand. Go ahead and give me the shield kit, because we're gonna need that. And I think I'm just gonna take the core upgrade for now. See about inventing a better part for it myself. I'm pretty sure these are not better than the super alloy body we already have. And repair Steve for me. See you, Cedric. His part in our little adventure is done. So our next stop's gonna be Balance Valley. But since we're gonna be here already anyway, let's quickly pop off to the Starlight Temple to fix the shopping errors that occurred when I died. That way's the wrong way. This is the way I want to go. I still want to get one of those moon armlets and replace some of the stuff that we didn't end up actually getting. Part of me's tempted to buy 2 of these, but I'm only going to buy the 1. Resell these like we had done before. Gotta bring the timeline back into order after all. Not gonna worry about going through and selling all of the things we sold before, but I'm gonna get rid of the gift capsules because we're not gonna use them anymore. Clean up some inventory space. And then we'll go buy us some more gems. I think we can buy healing too here. If not, I may have to make an extra stop to buy healing items, but we can go back to Palm Brinks for that and get there quicker. Yeah, we can't buy healing here. No, wait, yes, we can. It was just further down in their menu. Give me 20 cheese. Thank you. Now I don't need to think about that anymore. Give me a bunch of these beast gems again. A bunch of lightning gems. Some scale spheres. That's better. Set all the money on fire again. And then it's back to the normal time. Ironically, in the same place we're already at. Because we don't need to make that stop off to Palm Brinks. I could go check there to see if Morton's shop got anything interesting, but I can deal with that later. I think that's the first time I let that scene play out enough to have that text pop up. That text being the only thing that's different about that scene. How many? Yeah, I've got 5 premium chickens. That'll be enough. I was debating making a stop off at Ferdinand's stall that's partway across this place. Right over here. But I have no reason to do that at the moment. With the amount of cheese I have, I'll be fine. We had all the healing in the world when I died before, after all, so all the healing in the world doesn't help if you just don't use it. Now, where is the save point? There it is, it's over here. Not gonna repeat the mistakes of the past here. I sure did. I got a pocket full of cheese and I'm ready for battle. Okay, so the split path is over here. His cheese wedges are the second strongest healing item in this game. You just jam a bunch of cheese in all the wounds and it just is fine. That's how that works. I mean, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm telling you exactly how these things work. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, Pockle Coal. We're just gonna go ahead and put a bunch of power on it, and then we're gonna Synsphere that out as well, so we can pass its boost on. Because we have 2 of these. And honestly, the build-up on this is proving to be a pain in the butt. So once she trains up that arm a little bit, we'll put it into that. Because this area should be easy enough that she can actually use the armlet safely here. Yeah. These things used to be a threat once upon a time. Not so much anymore. I was gonna use monster transformation here, but I'd rather get this moon armlet worked on. That decision came about when I decided to break down that Pockle Coal. And honestly, it's satisfying having her magic actually able to kill things for, like, the first time ever. So we may as well enjoy it while it lasts, because it's not gonna last for long. Is while it may seem very powerful with the way it's just demolishing things here, everywhere we had been previously, her armbands did like 5 damage. We're now in an area that's like 5 rounds back, so it's a lot easier to deal with till we go to the new part of it. And of course that gets quoted immediately. I would not have expected anything else. You know what? Understandable. Welcome in. Okay, those King Mimics still hurt. Even though that's a very early King Mimic. Understood. Behold the cheese, the source of all of my power. Now there's one less of them. Because they are dirt cheap to get and heal about as much as the full heal in this game, which costs twice as much. So it's like, well, nope, just start jamming cheese and everything. It's fine. I assume at some point I'll probably have enough health where that'll actually matter. Exactly. You can't bleed if the hole's full of cheese. It's fine. Ignore all other potential medical problems from that. It'll be completely fine. The statement is not wrong. I never said good things would happen. I just said the bleeding would stop. Accidentally threw the wrong magic at him. There you go. That's the magic you're supposed to die from. There really are a lot of you King Mimics in here, isn't there? Break my damn armband, killing all of you. You know, there's a lot of very interesting designs in this game. I just get kind of sick of seeing those King Mimics everywhere I turn. Because this game loves to spawn those. Okay, that's where I need to go, so let's kill these guys first. No, my 3 damage knocking me across the field. Yeah, neat party trick. I can be one of those too. Bat, 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 lizard, 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 dead. Thank you for gifting it a sub to mini Kit Kat bar there, Tiny. Much appreciated. Now you two will be free of ad hell. Yes, burn it all down. That is the correct response. You know what? That's fair. There we go, another floor cleared.
Looks like we got them all.
Oh wow, that was the record time for this area too. We're not gonna play golf yet. I've got a treasure chest to grab first. Then we play golf. So I'm probably going to end up just sending the ball halfway across the galaxy again. We will try. We have to fix time after all by playing golf. And that's not even a joke, by the way. That is actually the logic behind why these characters are playing golf in the dungeon. You fix time distortions by hitting this little ball that fell out of the time distortion back into it. The plot of this game is silly. Okay, we have 6 shots before this one disappears. Exactly. Oh, this angle is miserable. Yeah, the character has green eyes, so I figured, you know what, we'll go ahead and change that to mess with people for the time being, too. Let's see if this works. This is a bad idea, but it might work. Nope, not making it over the mountain. Goodbye, ball. Okay, that shortcut is not going to work. Understood. There was a chance I was going to be able to reach to get over that, but not from this distance, it seems. But at the same time, I don't feel like golfing properly in the rain, so we're going to try something else stupid. Nope, that didn't quite go right. Oh, there was a lot less mountain there than I thought. It's almost like if I could see anything, this would be going better. But that impenetrable gray wall in front of me is kind of an issue. You know what? It's time for bad idea number 3 then. Right about there. Hook the ball hard to the side. Goodbye, ball. That was almost a good shot. That actually was genuinely almost a good shot. If it wasn't a nice shot, that would have actually worked. Those nice shots make the curve much more aggressive. So if it curved the way I wanted it to, it actually would have cleared that. And I'm kind of mad about it because getting those perfect shots have actually thwarted more shots than they've helped. It's incredible. And I've done it again. Well, goodbye. Oh, wait. Nope, it just missed the ground. If that had landed on the ground at all, it would have bounced across the gap and we actually would have been there. That would have been beautiful. Instead, thwarted once more by gravity. Okay, let's try idiotic shot number 7. Over here. Not again. Ooh. Yes! Haha! You cannot always stop me, game. I will eventually bullshit my way to victory. Now, the problem is I only have 1 shot left, and that's a lot of ground to cover. But, what if this actually works this time? Nope, that is still too high, even at that range. Okay, never mind. Technically, that would have been possible still. Technically, that was still doable because I would have had to have hooked a shot around this and then gotten over there, which is not impossible, but it was unlikely enough that I figured I'd just do a height test there for sake of argument. I always gotta make sure to put the golf club away. Technically, you could turn one of those golf clubs into a powerful enough weapon that you wouldn't have to, but that's a lot of work. And now we use the giant meat to leave this place. Come get me! We got places to be. Yeah, those are the ones I've made over the past couple of months. There are a lot of silly little things. There's one for arriving and one for leaving. And now it's gonna be a lot more dangerous here. It's time to use a real sword. Okay, these aren't as much of a jump ahead in strength as the last place was. So I think I was right that that kind of plateaus. I sure do. I have made everything that gets used on this channel other than the games themselves. As much as that may drain my sanity the entire time. Thank you. It's kind of the streaming equivalent of doing all my own stunts, though many of those who actually use a face cam do that too. It's almost like they can't afford stunt doubles or something. You do really like the buff emote, yeah? Ah, there's the Heat Fairy I needed. Which weapon needed Heat Fairy again? Something did. Hang on, before I kill you, I needed to figure out which weapon I'm supposed to kill you with. One of these cares about that. Nope, I did not mean to equip it, I meant to look at it. Now, this one doesn't care about what it kills. It actually might be the sword I got rid of. Was it this? It was this, okay. Don't mind me just rummaging through my bag of weapons here to figure out which one I'm supposed to kill you with. This little freak runs up and shanks me immediately. Which, honestly, justifiable when I'm shooting a laser at him. But also still rude. Thankfully, nothing that a piece of cheese can't fix. There we go. Power of cheese. I don't think any of my weapons needed water spirits. I don't remember seeing water spirit in any of the lists. Doesn't mean that I don't need water spirits, just means I don't need them right now. There we go. Is that level 5 yet? Nope, level 3. Oh wait, no, it didn't need level 5, it just needed 5 points. Right, silly me. So, Pockle Coal. Go in there. Make this weapon better. Make this weapon a lot better. And now it can steal and gets bonus experience. Hex, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Weren't you playing Peak today, I think? I think I remember seeing that. How'd it go? Hopefully you managed to make it to the top. I could go super extra and put this in there too. No, it caps at 125, so let's not do that. Absolutely. Thank you again for the raid, and do make sure to take care of yourself. Go get some food. Glad you had a good time, though. And for everybody coming in from Hex's raid, though some of you probably have seen me a couple times by now. Oh, I'm Drac. I do a lot of old games, indie games. Basically, if it's weird or old, I probably am going to play it at some point. So stick around if you enjoy weird things. I'm also being constantly denied by numbers. No, probably needs more than 18 points. Just put all 9 points of it in there. It's got boosted experience, it'll be fine. Yeah, it's not enough. That's kind of what I figured, but it's fine. This is suddenly an actual effective weapon. It might... No might about it. I think that's genuinely our strongest ranged weapon now. With a little bit of proper maintenance, our armbands go from worst to first. Exactly. Backhand so hard I can slap you remotely. Well, thanks game for not taking the guard input there. That's wonderful. Love that when that happens. It's fine. That's why there's 2 of them. Just eat the Karma Cannon. Didn't have to, but it felt better. We were giving them a little too much sass. It wasn't allowed. But it's a cannon and it comes out when things need karma. It makes perfect sense. This wrench does a lot less damage, but I can kick them in the balls. Uh-oh. Yeah, while you're down, hang on. I need a cheese break again. There we go. Now I can go back to pummeling you. Oh, what a difference a less effective weapon makes. It's almost like hitting plants with a wrench doesn't really accomplish anything. All is as it should be. I never said I was good for productivity. Put sword in wrench? Sword and wrench. Just getting called out immediately. That does give it everything it needs except the cyclone. But I still need to find a star tortoise. Am I looking for a track star turtle, or am I looking for a turtle with a star on it? Could be either. You know what? We're putting it in there. There we go. Super wrench. Now it's got an experience bonus too, and it just needs more cyclone. Just, you know, spin it around with a tornado. It'll probably do something good. Possibly, perhaps. Do note, don't put your tools in a tornado. It probably will not help anything. In this case, however, it helped a lot. And that's why you just jam weapons into other weapons. I see you. You ain't slick, sneaking up on me with your single sai. And that's why you actually use a sai to block, rather than just standing there staring at me with it. Get down here. I kind of expected him to survive more of that, if I'm honest. Considering the main damage element on this weapon now is lightning, and he is lightning. But what do I know, right? It's a little crowded here. Ow. Getting the shit slapped out of me. Need my cheese. This is just bad all around. This situation is very unfortunate. Much better. Suddenly I've evened the scale. Not often I actually get to use those backflips and have them do something. That's what I was trying to do, but I hit the wrong input. Because there's actually like a bunch of directional inputs and such you can do, which is how I do the backflips and the forward attacks. They're all on the same attack button. It's just forward and backward do each of them. Oh wow, that actually hit him. I'm kind of surprised. You know, I think I just defeated him by just smacking him in the fingers until he died. Huh. I guess that works. Went right over his head. I was gonna say that that was exactly what was gonna happen, but I didn't want to speak it into existence, and here we are. Damn odd job height, little bastard. Anyway. That is the downside of picking on someone your own size. And that one just landed literally at his foot. Alright, game. I see it. I see it. Now there's the piece of meat I needed. Don't question the fact that I pulled a giant piece of meat out of a plant. It's vegan, clearly. If they didn't present their shins, I wouldn't have kicked them.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
Hang on, we will play golf after I collect my money. And a reward box over here. We do need more destruction crystals. Actually, do we? I don't think I actually need those right now. Shh, don't worry about it. I'll need them later, probably. And if I say I will never need them again, the game won't give me any more. Huh. So they think this is gonna take 2 shots. There's my golf club. Up a little bit. And straight in it'll go. Or... Huh. That's the first time I've actually had one of those go too high on that. I shouldn't have raised it up at all. Understood. We'll lower it just a touch as well. Oh, it's a power shot, though. Uh-oh. Yep. Remember what I said about those power shots ruining everything? Took the simplest shot, and a power shot destroys it anyway. Is what those power shots do is not only do they make the turns much more aggressive, it overrides the power of your shot. Because they thought that was a great idea. Like, hey, let's punish the player for having good timing. That's very helpful. And this is why time will be forever broken, because I can't be bothered to come back and play a second round of golf here. Where'd that giant slab of meat end up? There it is. Way! Okay, just 2 more floors and then the boss of this area. Then it's 2 more dungeons to go before we're done with this chapter. So this is all backtracking. Yep. Give me the fancy glowy rock. Which I should actually, you know, actually go put those into the machine at some point too. Even though we've already 100% completed all of these areas. They may actually teach me something useful. For the future. Oh, we got mummies now. Mummies alive. Not anymore. Kicking, kicking! We don't need mummies for any of our weapons yet, either. I would presume that they would be on the list for one of the weapons, just not any of the ones I have. Because every weapon, once they reach a certain point in their upgrading, starts needing specific enemies. That was the point. I knew that would unlock a core memory for a bunch of people. Good, join me in being dust. Just watch out for the vacuum over there. It's a problem. Wait, iron mask. Something needed iron masks. What was it that needed iron masks? Not that. That one's done already. That needs living armor. I don't think it was this. Yeah, because this isn't up to the point where it needs specific enemies. This needs things we aren't going to see anytime soon. Was it this one? No. What? 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 Did I get rid of the thing that needed iron masks? Is that why this doesn't make sense? I think I got rid of the thing that needed iron masks. Because now I'm just sitting here having an existential crisis about my armory here. Because I know for a fact that something needed iron masks, and it's gone now. That guy literally is just flying around in a helmet, by the way. You know, he's floating around, but what's stopping somebody just flipping him over and just chucking him into the river when he's just floating around in that helmet? Great. That mummy poisoned me and made me thirsty simultaneously. He just unleashed very dry stink gas on me. Thanks. That's clearly what I needed today. You know, I'm just not dealing with that anymore. No, no, not gonna be near you. Okay, fine, you got me anyway. Turns out that's got some reach to it. Who knew? Actually, we should probably work on your sword some more again. And you immediately get slowed, and this is immediately no longer a good idea. This is also the wrong sword, which is why you're not doing any damage. Let's work on this one a bit, since it hasn't gotten any levels yet. I think I have soap to fix this. I do. There we go. Power of knowledge. Look at all those red dots on this map. Wow, this is a very fast sword. Like, the sword that this turned... that this came from had the same moveset, but slower. This is ridiculous. I'm glad I kept this. What do you mean you want to get a turn? No, no turn for you. Only death. Get bullied, get bullied, get bullied, get bullied, get bullied. There we go. That would work. Even if it doesn't blind him, it'll make him slide out of his helmet and fall into the ocean. It's the perfect plan. Stop it with these mimics. At least they're very easy to dispose of with this sword. Exactly. Just appears and immediately, no, denied. Your existence is not allowed. Lightning, smash, and attack. What do you even need? Probably going this way to lean into what it already has instead of having to give it 4 things it doesn't have any points in. That makes more sense. Now, it's still one thing it doesn't have any points in, which is unfortunate, but one problem at a time. In fact, you know what? Let's start on that problem straight away. There you go, 14 points worth of chill. Just immediately solve that. Well, a third of that. Oh, and I should probably say this out loud because we were talking about art earlier. I do also do commission work, and there was going to be a discount on that starting soon. So if you're interested in such things, you may want to follow the Ko-fi that popped up earlier, or you can see it through ! Donate in order to be ready for when that sale starts. Because, you know, it's Christmas time. It's important to run sales at Christmas time. Yeah, see that? That right there. That's the link. And even if it's not listed, feel free to send me a message on Ko-fi with what you want done, and we can probably work something out. Because I honestly need to get more options put onto there. But I never know what to put there. Like, one of those things where it's like, I never know what people want until they ask for it. Yeah, you might be overselling it a little bit there, but I appreciate it, Tiny. You knew I was gonna say that. You had to know. I do not, but it is in the link tree, which is just ! Tree. That's where all the links live. Rather than having a bunch of commands for a bunch of different links, it's just all in one. It'll also automatically pop up in a little bit here. Since I think that's the one that pops up on the hour, and then the other one's like every other hour. I set those up so long ago that I kind of forget. That sounds correct. There's 3 of you. I didn't even notice the floating helmet. You blended in with the waterfall. Thankfully, that boulder is the best friend I could ask for in this fight, because the mummy was stupid and just stared at the boulder. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. Look, just because as 2 people agree on that doesn't mean I'm going to agree to it yet. I've got a lot of work to do on that thought.
Looks like we got them all.
Collect everything first, then we play golf. And only Max can play golf, because for some reason he's the only one allowed to wield the golf stick. Which is probably just a matter of, it's probably coded the same as the wrenches. So rather than have any messy code where they have to figure out how to make Monica able to wield the golf club without ending up accidentally giving her the power to wield the wrenches too. It was probably simpler to solve it that way. Ignoring the fact that they could have just given it a separate classification. Don't. That's a rabbit hole I don't need to deal with. This game is like 20-ish years old. I don't think it's gonna get fixed. If only, if only. Absolutely, Mini Kid Cat. Thank you for hanging out, and hopefully you get some good rest. It was a pleasure to meet you. Welcome in, Abstract Advocate. I genuinely don't remember if level 5 still exists. I think they do. It's been too long since I thought about that. I genuinely am not sure if level 5 exists as a company anymore. This might not be a strong enough shot. That's right. I was pretty sure they did still exist, but Rain was giving me mixed messages. Huh. Wait, no, this is okay. This is okay. I thought the goal was in the direction where this post was right in my face, but no, it's fine. I need to go this way. I can make this work. This is going to totally work. Nothing's gonna go wrong. This is completely fine. And if you believe that, I've got a bridge I could sell you. Yep. Had a feeling I went short. I hate being right. I should have adjusted it, but I was like, no, it'll be fine. Bounces directly underneath it. Sad days are here again. It's the reverse of yesterday. Yesterday, every shot I took, if I thought about it, went wrong, and if I didn't think about it, went right. Now it's flipped. Where if I think about it, it goes right, and if I don't think about it, it goes wrong. And that is an accurate statement, yeah. Spheda giveth and it taketh. Sometimes it takes a lot more than it gives, but you know. That's how it be. Save the game. And since there's an ad running, I'm gonna get up for a moment so nobody misses any of this actually going anywhere. So I'll be back in just a second, y'all. Okay. Since it's Christmas season, I need to periodically check for boxes being dropped off, especially when I'm the only one here. I did save already, but I'm saving again because Brain autopiloted immediately to saving. Thank you, Tiny. And everybody should be coming back from ads here in just a second. Just in time for us to be arriving in the second to last part of this dungeon. Only Max is allowed here. Oh, the Sleeper! Sleeper. I know something needed Sleeper. I think that was another weapon that I got rid of. Yeah, this one's already done. I don't think it was this. No, that needs living armor. I'm starting to remember what these things need. Yeah, no, Sleeper I think was one of the ones that I got rid of. Is this needed the fancy things? Yeah, no, Sleeper was... I think Iron Mask and Sleeper were both on the same weapon. I think that was the one I turned into a gem. Oh, you're the replacement of the Priest of Rama. I know I'm supposed to kill everything with the gun, but honestly, my guns are not up to par right now. I ain't gonna worry about that metal. Oh, good. Magic Crystal immediately. That's actually fantastic news. Oh, and there's those guys now, too. These used to be forest enemies, the Blumos. Blumos are also something that one of the weapons I had before needed, but I don't need anymore. Camera? What are you doing? It was trying to target the thing behind the mountain there for some reason. Oh, I was hoping kicking him would kill him. No, my experience fell off the mountain. You know what should fall off a mountain? This thing. Away. By laser be purged, you nightmare. So is he. Missed it. Well, that didn't work out. I was half expecting this to be a mimic too, if I'm honest. Just one of those things. I'm not sure how I hit him that first time. He just kind of walked into the wrench and took damage, and we take those, but also, what? Huh. Remember, don't question bank error in your favor. Or anti-ailment amulets that I'm probably never going to use. Missed. Here, catch. Oh, he got me at the same time. You know what? Fair play. Bonk. He turned around right into it. That could not have been better if I tried. Another one done. This whole pathway's clear now. Unless this is a mimic. You're not a mimic, right? Totally not gonna be a mimic. Oh, actually it isn't a mimic. Hold that thought, though. If this chest explodes, I would rather heal first, because I think it would kill me if it exploded right now. Nope, it's a weapon-destroying trap. There's an extra layer to this. my weapons have just both gotten broken, which is not as bad as it sounds, and then this face is what greets me afterwards. God damn it, game. Just, hey, I broke your weapons, blah. I can just see a little note attached to the bottom of it that just says that, and then just has a tongue sticking out of it. Just, meh. Get pranked, stupid human, haha. Windows, shut up. I have 20 points. Do I think I can get enough Cyclone in 20 points to finish this? The answer is yes, but the answer to do I have enough Cyclone crystals may not be yes. 24 points, that should be fine. Science point to maybe. Alright, this just needs a Star Tortoise now, and it can become the Sigma Breaker. This thing is ready to go. I don't really... Well, no. I can finish leveling the hammer that I was going to turn into a Synth Sphere, so this works out perfectly, actually. Now, this area is all about stars and moons and things, so we might actually find a Star Tortoise here, since they've clearly mixed up the enemies more than I thought. I just don't like these hammers because they're slow. They're really good at what they do. They're just... Their combo is slow, and I get myself hit a lot because I'm too aggressive with it. There we go. And there's the one level it needed, but we may as well go ahead... Well, if I get extra levels on it, it costs extra points to put it into something. I didn't expect it to be done immediately, but you know what? We're going back to the wrench anyway, because now its job is done. Very, very quiet. I'm hunting sleepers. Bonk. From sleeper to sleeper. Permanently sleeping. Yeah. Ha, I got your friend. I bet you thought I was going for you. I'm glad I've gotten better at hitting things without needing to lock onto them. The lock-on just kind of didn't there. I did press the button. It just decided not to. Speaking of deciding not to, I'm gonna decide not to deal with this thing. This seems like decidedly not my problem. And that's right, I can't switch to Monica here because we still had the seal. If I'm fast, technically I could still switch to her to get the experience for her instead, but eh. It's fine. Yeah. I believe... Don't some of the guns have that same kind of soft lock-on? Because I know the grenade launcher shots track. I don't know if it'll actually do the same kind of lock-on or not. I've never actually tested it. Oh, wait, no. The ball was there. I was running to the wrong dot. Just don't power shot it. There it goes. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was without lock-on or not, because I very rarely am not locked on when I'm using my ranged weapons. Now I just gotta run all the way over to go get the box and then run all the way back. Which is totally why they let me have that one. Interesting that they'll go backwards. I spent so much of this game without the armbands being strong enough to do anything with, so I did not really experiment with them that much. That is absurd that they'll actually go full 180. That's handy, though, for when enemies creep up on you, I'm sure. As long as you don't have something in front of you that it decides to track onto more. And there we go. Just gotta remember to save between floors again. Is just because the last boss was a joke. I figured. I wasn't sure if it... I mean, it had to be highest, but I wasn't sure if it was gonna get confused once there was multiple or not, but it taking highest guaranteed makes sense. Guardian of the last gem was a joke. This one might be stronger. Oh, it's just a super yo-yo bot. Okay. Interesting. Ow, that actually hurts. Thankfully, he will be done for very shortly. Yeah, that was not much of a thing. I mean, sure, maybe you might not necessarily be expected to use the ride pod there, but it's the type of enemy you're supposed to use the ride pod for, so why wouldn't I?
Wow.
And Steve wasn't getting enough screen time anyway. This whole running back to get all these gems thing does feel kind of silly. Mostly because none of these have been that big a threat. Like, the path itself is much more dangerous than the enemy guarding the gem. It almost feels like they originally were going to put these somewhere else and had to put them as side paths to these dungeons instead to fix something. Actually put those geostones in there even though I don't need them. Actually, no. These are more parts, so that's actually useful. Where I'll need those parts, good question. Things to figure out in the future. Because we've 100% completed every area we've been to up to this point. So I don't really have a use for those. That would make sense, yeah, because the back floors really haven't been a thing in this game, which is a shame. I enjoyed going into those in the previous game. Yeah, Vinicio is where we're going next. Split is right here. But it's just a little bit weird that it's like 3 floors, or maybe 4 in a lot of these dungeons just to give you more of the same enemies but stronger, and then one special version of an enemy. This seems a little weird. Hey, I don't have much to worry about here. These are the guys that we've already been dealing with. We'll go ahead and have some fun with the monster transformation that I've not been leveling enough. Wow. I knew I hadn't been leveling it enough, but, never mind. That's not gonna work. So that might have been wind resistant, though. I don't know why a fish would be wind resistant. Things to grind for in between actually fixing that monster form to actually be something useful. I don't really care if the other two options happen. Ha to me too, apparently. Thanks for the fish. Yeah. Which the beat these enemies to build up thing I think is actually kind of nice in a way. It gives some variety to the build up requirements instead of, hey, just keep raising number. Because honestly, the number requirements do start getting kind of ridiculous after a while to reach the end of the lines. Which there's ways to do those numbers a lot better and easier, but still. Once it gets into the hundreds, it's just like, you know, maybe this is becoming a little excessive. Fair. Yeah, those do have some interesting side effects to them. And they would be about the only reason I would bother with the medals, I would say. I seem to recall the name change tickets one of the things you get from medals. There we go. Yeah, because to let everyone in on what we're talking about with the name change tickets, if you change something's name to the exact right specific thing, it will apparently turn into that thing, which is a fascinating bit of trickery. And I genuinely don't know if that was intended behavior or if that's like one of those weird code oversight situations where the game just decides, oh, it's this thing because it's now listed as this thing. I could genuinely see a case for either of those being true. It does feel a little bland walking through here and just demolishing all of these, but I don't really have anything immediately to hand to level right now, aside from, like, the evil size sword, and that would make it take too long to get through here. We got places to be. Considering our whole point for being here right now is just to get to this door. And then suddenly danger again. Where did the key end up? There it is. Okay. I remember back when I'd played ages ago, I had gotten one name change ticket and I had tried it, But I do not recall actually ever changing an item into another one. But it's interesting to know that they actually meant for that to be a thing. Looking for the water gem. It feels like such a narrow circumstance, because you'd have to know the name of the thing you're looking for and have a name change ticket. Well, that chest was pointless. That one just blew up. Because I don't have any treasure chest keys left, so just like, well, roll the dice. Blackbeard we also don't need. Yeah, that makes sense. For the purposes of what I'm doing here, we won't be worrying about New Game Plus at all. We got too many other things to get to spend the extra time there. Okay, so we got Akarath is this, so I guess maybe the Star Tortoises are in the last one then. Huh. Sir, do not save the turtle. I need to kill both of you. No, get through the game. That's the only goal here. My intent with doing these is just showing the people that these games exist and how they work, and leaving enough for people to want to play the game for themselves is kind of the thing. So if I did anything huge, I feel like that would take away from things people would want to try to do themselves. And this is actually going to be the first time I'll be finishing the game myself. Back when I had played when I was younger, it only... Oh wait, no, there's the Star Tortoise. Yeah, I could understand and why people would not like Spheda. It is kind of fun in small doses. It does grate on you a little bit when it decides it's to screw you. And it does kind of slow things down a bit when you keep having it pop up when you're trying to just get through the floors the first time. Oh yeah, this is the one that needed the Star Tortoise. This one's yours, Max. Get him. Like, I would definitely say it's an easier thing to convince people to play Dark Cloud 1. Also because it's a bit shorter. But I do hope that seeing me play this does encourage some people to at least try this one too. Okay, this needs Bundy, Moonflophant, and Toy Rock. Great, there's gonna be an upgraded elephant, my favorite. We actually only need Flame for this though, because of how much I pumped the numbers on this by putting the Tsukikage in here. Ah, that's a nice feeling. Now to be sad about how many flames it's going to take to make this happen. So this thing's kind of stacked, having ABS as Thief and Poison. But the only thing I'd want on it is Wealth, other than that. Anyway, back to Sword. And now that I've had a taste of this attack speed, I don't want anything else. And on the practical end of things, part of the reason I'm playing this in particular right now is I gave people a choice. The choice was between this or starting Breath of Fire 1. Because I do intend to play all the Breath of Fires at some point. And one of the two was gonna have to manage to fit in before the end of the year. And the popular vote said Dark Cloud 2, which, you know, makes sense after I had just played Dark Cloud 1. It's definitely not an RPG that's for everybody. I can understand that one. Even though I like it, I have to say fans of it oversell it. And that's just a realistic statement. Like, I really do enjoy some of the gimmicks the series has. I can't really say that it's, like, groundbreaking, personally. But I will also very rarely say any game is particularly groundbreaking because I've played so many games that I'm a lot less easily convinced of such things than the average person. Because people will be blown away by things because they didn't encounter those mechanics in anything else before. So it's like, wow, woo, look at this thing. Nobody else has ever done this. It's like, well, no, there's like 20 guys that did that before this. You just didn't see those. I know, right? Look at so much we've learned. Enjoy learning that this is a small circle. That is probably going to be awful to place Vita on, because it's probably going to put it off to one side and put the exit at the other end of the circle. This is true. It's almost got a perfect square in the middle of it. Oh, no. Circle. I feel like I would have to do a dungeon twice to try to speedrun the clear times. Because trying to speedrun them blind would drive me insane. So I've accidentally speedrun a decent amount of them, because some of them are just laid out just right, so I just run right through everything. That's true. So maybe I'm wrong about it, but I feel like they only randomize a certain amount. Because I have definitely seen an element of repetition when I've done the same floor repeatedly for grinding purposes. But I may have also just happened to roll similar floors. Yeah, the set pieces and such are, of course, always going to be the same. What I mean is they were arranged in the same shape and the same order a couple times back to back. Oh, yeah. It's very obvious there. Hey, what do you know? I was right. See that tiny little piece of blue on the far right of the map? That's where I need to go. Hooray! Do I care enough? The answer, because I'm stubborn, is yes. Oh, good luck, ball. Hopefully you land somewhere useful. And before the treasure chest actually interferes with this. Nope, that's almost exactly what I wanted. Not quite it being up there. So you're saying it's actually unreachable there? Huh. This fucking game. I'd be mad, but this is funny. If I'm gonna take the penalty, let's at least move it over here. Move it to a slightly better position. Ah. That might not be far enough. Nope, that's actually exactly where I wanted. Problem is, it's now the wrong color, but one problem at a time. What we can do is just kind of ping it off a wall over here without going too hard. Incredible. Though, to be fair, there's people out there that walking down the street is too much work. I should know I used to work with some of those. Oh no. Power shot, please. Wow, that was... Huh. Is there just a very big difference between before that line and after that line? Because I've had them go very... The water. I didn't think the water had that much of a pull. That makes sense. Didn't even consider that because I kind of just blurred most of this dungeon out of my mind at this point, since that was... Yeah, that was last week that I did that dungeon. This dungeon that I'm standing in right now. That explains a lot. Is most of the Sfida I did when I was in here involved me going full power and just bouncing around the room and making it work, so... you know, strategy. Since you've played a lot more of this, I'm gonna ask you this. Am I crazy for thinking that a lot of the inventions are almost useless? Like, maybe saying useless is the wrong word, but they feel kind of redundant. And I assume it's because you're intended to get them in a specific order, and they're meant to fill in around what you're getting randomly. But some of them just don't feel like they would be useful either way. Like, I love the invention system to death, but a lot of the time it almost feels superfluous outside of getting ride armor parts. Yeah, that's kind of the only purpose I could think of for it. But, like, making almost anything else sometimes was useful, because, like, I got the Starbreaker that way, which at least was somewhat useful, and I made the Dark Viper, which worked out decently. Yeah, that's kind of the feeling I was getting. Well, yeah, because you have a lot more access at that point, so that makes sense. You can actually do some real goofy nonsense that way, I'm sure. That's what it feels like the invention system's supposed to be for, is rewarding players for paying attention and being creative. But it kinda doesn't. Yeah. Because they mostly just need, like, scrap metal and elements and things like that. And the occasional silver balls. So as long as you have the knowledge for the invention, just bang, 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 done. Which that's another thing that felt kind of weird is... They really kind of went simple on the material requirements for them. Which makes sense, they don't want it to be so complicated that people have to constantly grind for it, but that also made it feel kind of underwhelming. I don't know, it feels like it's trapped in that weird quandary where it feels like they weren't 100% sure what they wanted to do with it. Where they didn't want to go so hard as to make it a problem. That would make sense, yeah, actually, using it as specifically a new game plus leverage. I didn't even think about that. Okay, so infinite money. Like, money's already not that big an issue in this game, but infinity money is just funny. I don't have... Yeah, I don't have a cure for that, huh? Well, that's a shame. Anyway, just gonna stand here. Well, it's petrify, not time stop, so cherries don't work on it. And yeah, apparently I ran out of mighty heals, so this is a shame. Petrify doesn't wear off, does it? I feel like it should have worn off by now. Oh, rip Max. At least it wasn't a sealed floor. I'm not gonna worry about reviving him. We're not in any hurry to upgrade any of the stuff we've got. I say that because I've sat out the time stops multiple times and it's worn off by that point every time. So for that to have not worn off, that might be permanent. And a lot of games love to make petrify goddamn permanent, so it would make sense. So fun fact, I have not seen a single Stoneberry yet. They have just never shown up. That's why I don't have any. I wouldn't have gotten rid of them, but I didn't buy any specifically either. Yeah, that's one of the worst ones, for sure, for that. Okay, the amount of stone enemies here are actually kind of bothersome. Here, have a bomb. Okay, those don't do any damage to you anymore. His basic bombs are not worth my time anymore. I really should have made better bombs, but I just wasn't running into this problem. Yeah, the armband does okay. I'm so used to not having any real armband damage that I just didn't even think about that. Yeah, I heard you coming up. Now it's your turn. The thing is, making the better bombs isn't even that expensive. I just didn't even think of it because I really have not been using throwables, like, at all. Because I just get sick of having to move a fresh set of them into the active item slots up there. Which is funny, I use items in a lot of games, but this and the first game, I'm just like, no, I can't be bothered. Which to a certain degree, really don't really need to, but... Well, aside from unless you want to get every medal. Oh, a specific note I should mention. I only play this game on Mondays and Tuesdays currently. Yeah, exactly. At least have it be rewarding in some way, rather than it be required for medals and be vaguely convenient early game. Because that is when I did use it. It was good against strong enemies in the early game, just to get rid of them when your weapons are underpowered for them. So the ride pod does exactly that too. That's fair. I just didn't want to turn my entire schedule into playing this, so it's like, okay, we'll do it 2 days a week so we get through it reasonably quickly. But I still have time in the week to do other things, too. Otherwise, even though I enjoy this series, I probably would start to hate this game if I had to play it every day of the week. Or most of the days of the week. Because that's just how I'm wired. That isn't even a statement toward the game itself at all. I'm so angry. Never mind. I was gonna say I'm so glad I didn't get petrified there because I got hit right before it hit me. And then we had the animation issue happen again, where you can't actually open the menu till she finishes her animation. So that entire floor got thrown out a window again. That is the single most frustrating thing with this. And I understand why they don't let you open the menu till the animation finishes, but it is so obnoxious when you get caught out in just the wrong position. At the end of the day, I should have just revived Max to avoid that problem. But I was being stubborn and lazy, and here is the punishment for being lazy, is having to redo a floor for the second time today. I did notice that, because I accidentally did that a couple times. But I wasn't sure if that was gonna give you menu access, because I assumed you'd have to stop blocking or such in order to get the menu anyway, so you'd still be in an awkward position. So I never really tried it that much. And as people probably can tell, I am starting to rush a little bit here because I'm kind of over the rerun that's happening right now, if I'm honest. It's nice at least that they remixed which enemies were where in addition to making them stronger, but it is still retreading old ground. But at the same time, that's basically going to be the majority of this chapter, I would figure. And then it will be next week when we actually get on to chapter 7. This room is the worst. This room is a nightmare. In fact, you know what? This is what we do with nightmare rooms. We fire lasers at them. So I need to get a better cannon on Steve at this point. The Nova cannon was doing a great job for a long time, but it's not holding up anymore. We could definitely do better, I'm sure. But I did not sit down and run through the inventions from Heimerata entirely, because I didn't have time between yesterday and today. And I try to avoid sitting there staring at that menu for long periods of time while we're doing this. Because I know it's not interesting to look at, and for anybody not doing the thing. And if anything, for those in the know, it may very well be kind of frustrating watching somebody just fiddle around and not accomplish things with that menu sometimes. So since I'd already pulled up the guide in between, I probably would just pull the guide up now as well. Because, you know, it's one of those, the cat's out of the bag at that point already anyway. And one can say, it's like, well, the invention systems and everything is part of the game, so if people don't want to see that, well, you know, boo-hoo on them because it's part of the game. And ordinarily I agree with that, but it's not a necessary part of the game, so I try to keep it out of the way. Like all the running around Back to the Future segments to go get the boxes and such from there, that's a necessary part in order to make sure we are functional, so clearly we're gonna do those as we're going through the areas. This is either that or I would have to do a lot of weird fiddle, and that's just not worth it. Yeah, I did get the Luna Stone piece, so I don't have to run all the way to another part and come back. Also, the fact that you can only carry 3 resurrection powders makes me sad. Which that's, I suppose, the counterbalance to the fact that they allowed you to stack items in this one, is you now have limits as to how many of an item you can have. I'll be honest, I don't know which I prefer. I do like not having 50 copies of an item flooding my inventory, but I also dislike being arbitrarily limited as to how much of something I can carry. But it also falls under the heading of, like, well, for game balance purposes, it makes sense, because if you just could carry, like, 20 resurrection powders, death suddenly has no meaning anymore. The counterpoint to that being, once you can make resurrection powder, you can just kind of ignore the limit anyway, because you just make more whenever you need it. And that's why limitations like that always feel kind of weird to me. Because there's almost always a way around the limitations. So it's like, why have the limitation if it can just be bypassed? Now, admittedly, sometimes the bypasses for those limitations aren't necessarily intended behavior. So there's an argument there. The inventory limits, like only being able to carry 3 resurrection powders and things like that. I was on a whole rant about them being arbitrary limitations, since you can just make more of them once you gain the ability to anyway. So it becomes a question of like, okay, then why are they limited? There's no point in it being limited if you can just replace it at will. Yeah, that too. I didn't even get to the part about not being able to pick things up. I was just annoyed at not being able to have more of things. Like, the ride pod fuel limitation, for example, only being able to carry 5 of them. It's like, but why though? we can carry like 50 million of other things. It's not like you're trying to go with the you can't fit that in your pocket logic, because we could clearly fit 18 swords. It doesn't make sense. It feels like another one of those caught in between things. Yeah, exactly. It had to have been a dev choice because I couldn't think of any situation in most engines I've ever looked at where that would be a hard set limitation. Like, things only going up to 99 and things like that make sense because that's actually like an engine limitation in a lot of cases. But just, you can only have 3 resurrections. Okay, I'll just make more. What do you mean you're just making more? Like, yeah, I just throw this together, that together, and that together, boom, I can bring people back from the dead. Oh. Huh. There's a lot of odd jank in the Pokemon games if you know where to look. Is they really pushed their luck with the way those games function. And at least in some of the earlier ones in particular. Hey, healed my weapons. That's one of the things I love about older games, though, is the weird and wonderful ways they got around their limitations. And then you have developers purposely just hamstringing themselves for inexplicable reasons. Okay, I've got 6 shots. That's not terrible. This is gonna involve a bunch of little hops, for the most part, in order to make this work without it being a ball ache. Or, alternatively, I could do something stupid. But considering the positioning here, we're not going to do something stupid on the first shot at the very least. Something like that should put it where I want it. That might put it a bit over where I want it. But at least the water lets it stop better. That corner is going to be the issue. Especially since, as soon as we go in, you'll notice you go into Spheda mode and you suddenly lose vision, too. Which is fascinating. Actually, no, because... No, that is still shorter vision, I think. No, not really. It's just the fact that the camera is facing the wrong way. Okay, yeah, that does carry on. That's what I thought. I do wish this had better render distance, but that I think is actually just PS2 limitations. I don't think that's their fault. This is either going to be gloriously successful or a resounding failure. Goodbye, ball. Good luck. Yep. I knew it was going to go wrong, but we ended up in a good spot anyway. It's fine. That's why I was willing to do it, because no matter how it went wrong, it was still going to work out. Now, this is going to be the funny one. This'll be the funny one if it works. If I can get this where I want it. Now, this is more emulation and it being an issue here, because I'm not using an original PS2 controller for this, so the sensitivity's a little wacky. This'll be glorious success or inglorious failure. Goodbye! Ah, I was actually trying for the power shot there, for the max power. Remember when I said it was going to be an inglorious failure, potentially? Yeah, there it was. The curvature of these walls, being as deceptive as they are, I think might be my least favorite thing about playing Spheda in these caves. Because you'll look at that wall, and it looks pretty flat. As soon as the ball flies towards it, it finds all kinds of bends and twists to send it off into the ether. But I have a plan. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't trusting the dots. I've learned that lesson. But the thing I'm learning is I can't even trust my eyes. This is what I'm talking about, because look at this wall. You wouldn't really think you'd get a reaction like that from a wall laid out like this, but it keeps fucking happening. Like, I managed to hit the exact right spot on that wall to have it get sent right back like an undercooked salad. And no, I didn't mean to say salad, but I ended up with salad as the word my brain decided it wanted there, and we're just gonna roll with it. So a curve shot really ain't gonna work here anymore, and I don't have enough shots left. So we're gonna have to just try stupid and hope for the best. That was almost beautiful until the game just slapped it down. This is still doable. This theoretically still can be done. But I need to get a bank shot to work out here. I've done worse. I have done worse shots than this before. I could try to be funny. I could really try to be funny and just slam it into the ceiling above it and have it drop on it. But that is a terrible idea. You know what? Let's just do what does us best by me here, which is pinball mode go. Goodbye, ball. Nope. Almost worked. It almost was there. I would have been a lot more willing to try to finagle that if I could see what I was doing better. That's the wrong item. What are you doing? There it is. There's the ball. It's like short of getting off of the ball and walking to where I was thinking about putting the ball and then hoping I could remember exactly how that was laid out, I really had no way of guaranteeing where the wall was gonna pivot and where the ball was gonna bounce and everything. That would have just been more work than it was worth. Okay, we got a Monica-only floor. And of course they give me fucking turtles. I'm not gonna worry about the metal. Because some of these magic's gonna be better for. So this turtle upsets me greatly. Oh, I only barely got the menu up quick enough. I was mashing the button, like, please let me have the menu so I don't get screwed here by a stupid turtle. Also just now realized that the ads are running now, but it's fine. Just gonna take a second to work on something off to the side here. Or to fix something while the ad runs. This floor is gonna be an interesting one since we might die. Okay, most of the ad time's passed now. Thanks, game, I hate it. Okay, so those are metal bombers. Yeah, no, that does nothing. I get that that's intended to be a case of this is a challenge in order to do it only with swords, but when they give you enemies like this and expect you to use only weapons that are garbage at fighting them, it's just kind of annoying. Problem is, we really, like, don't have a real play to do here, because we can't switch to max to kill this thing easier. Let's see if lightning stones are good for you. Yeah, that'll do. Because unfortunately, if you're going straight through, there just isn't enough ABS to go around for everything sometimes. So I can't always keep her magic caught up, and the gun, and the sword, and the wrench. It's like, this is definitely designed for you to be repeatedly going through places. You have 30 points sitting on this thing. I could have put a bunch of smash on this to also solve the problem. Meanwhile, this only has 4 points. Yeah, we still haven't seen Rolling Rocks yet, and this is certainly not getting to the amount it needs anytime quick anyway. Fucking great. That's what I needed right now. This is the exact situation throwing items are in my inventory for. When you have enemies your character cannot hurt, and you can't switch to the one that can hurt them efficiently. Everybody should be back from ads by now, and you didn't miss much aside from a couple near-death experiences. And a bit of rambling about not having the right damage types for a lot of these things. And I could use a stamina drink as well, but I'm just kind of saving them to boost through boss fights instead. Got a little greedy there, because I forgot that he was going to get boosted by that point, because I counted my attacks wrong. Run out of lightning stones at this point, but that's fine. That's basically what they exist for. The instant wake-up roll these turtles have might be the single most aggravating attack any enemy in this game has. It's like, hey, I hit the ground, but guess what? I'm gonna be hitting you before you can do anything. Haha. Like, I get that the game wants you to actually be, you know, a little patient. But if they wanted me to be patient, they shouldn't have expected me to run back through areas I'd already been through. Okay, good. Huh. You know, Brain, the wise thing would be not to worry about killing everything, since you've already... You said you're not going to be worrying about getting the medal. But the experience, though. The experience points would be... Yeah, you know, those are experience points I could leave behind. Yeah. Yeah, his experience points, I could leave those behind. Yeah. Wouldn't mind that at all. Oh, he might be the one who has the thing I need, because I think we don't have the Luna Stone yet. We do. Never mind. Nuts to it. I won't have to fight anything else if I don't want to. He says he keeps opening boxes and risking more mimics anyway. Fucking turtle. There he goes. He got lucky because I was caught mid-animation again. Not this time. I was half expecting that to be a mimic just to put the screws to be a little more. Okay, there's the exit. Fucking turd. You know what? I'm no longer interested. I'm out of here. Oh, good. The Luna Stone piece that I'm not going to be using. Goodbye. One of the few floors we're not going to be full clearing because I just cannot be bothered to deal with those things right now. This way we can finish this area, and then we just have Mount Gundor left. Because we just needed 4 gems. But based on how much trouble we were starting to have here, we're going to be in for a ride getting through Mount Gundor. Ah, it's a super snake. That's gonna actually be kind of rough, because that tunnel attack, Guardian of Ancient Treasure, Sea Dragon. I don't think I read the robot's text. Oh well. Alright, Ride Pod. Let's show him a good time. Now, I definitely have weapons with enough scale on them that I probably would be doing more damage with them. And apparently I'm failing to outmaneuver this net. Oh, right. I ran out of Ride Pod fuel. Never mind, change of strategy mid-fight, apparently. You've earned this. Now die! That hurt a lot, actually. Yeah, that, I think, is unguardable because it comes from underneath you. But he's dead. Was that a waste of a stamina drink? Kind of, but I wanted out of that situation before anything could go wrong. Based on how much damage she was doing with the stamina drink, kind of was necessary, otherwise that was going to take a while. Which would have led to a lot of more resource bleed. Alright, that's Ocean's Roar Cave. I was right the first time. You can tell my words are starting to cease wording. I think it might be a good idea to stop off for a resupply, because we're getting a little low on cheese. And we have, you know, an amount of money from the running around we've been doing. Honestly, for what I'm looking to go get, though, we'll just go to Palm Brinks just so I don't have to run back from a future zone. So if I'm really just aiming to get cheese and things, I'm pretty sure we can just get it here. And I said I was going to check whatever he had gained. And the only thing he gained is Final Bombs. Because we already have a seal-breaking scroll. I don't really want to spend that much on Ride Pod fuel. We can get it out of rocks. It'll be fine. And you don't actually sell cheese. I can get it from the bakery, though. Be sure. If not, I will have wasted my time. And you know what? That's how life is sometimes. Sometimes you waste your time. Sometimes you waste your time. I could stock up on bread as well, but at this point, we have enough health that bread really doesn't do it anymore. Time for one-stop shopping in Gundorata, then. At least here I can just teleport directly to the item shop. So I'm pretty sure this was the item shop. Yep, this is the right one. I could go fill up on premium chicken now as well if I want to. I'll actually grab a bunch of water for in case we get hit with thirst by things that are gonna be where we're going. We probably will. Because they haven't thrown a new dragon type at us yet, for example, and I suspect there's gonna be some of them in Gundorata. In Gundorman, rather. I'm pretty sure we looked at what the weapon shop here updated to have, but we'll look again since it's right here. In case I changed my mind about anything. Pretty sure it's updated to have claymores, and I didn't care. Yeah, no, I don't care. I don't think there's anything else I want to do then. I think that's all I wanted. I could buy a bunch of gems and such, but what I'm probably going to do is just let the levels build up. And I'm going to just make a bunch of synth spheres between today and Monday. Whenever I feel like doing that. And then we will just make our weapons better that way. Because we're at the point where leveling them does not take very long. And that is almost certainly more efficient. Actually, works out perfectly that we came here to Heimrata since we need to go back into Mount Gundor anyway. We'll just fly over to the save point over here. Mats. Hey, I never did put these ideas in the book, so I didn't lose them. No. I had a thought for a moment there, but I lost that thought. I don't think that the homing lasers would be worth worrying about right now. That was the other thing I was debating. Yeah, I don't think that matters. The flamingo might be worth grabbing to help my Svita issues, but at the same time, my capacity to care about that has dwindled. We have business to be about. Thankfully, we get to the transition point nice and early. This is an area I'm gonna have to be more careful in, though, because we were already kind of having some trouble here before. So, clearly buffing up to deal with the area we're dealing with now has solved that problem for the most part. Thank you for conveniently walking into that attack. That's very helpful of you. So far, so good there, Jay, and I know how it is about ended up staying up past as to when you should be awake. But hopefully you'll be able to get some good rest when it's time for it. We're just doing the backtracking we need to do to finish up what we're doing. Still having a good time. Little bit of salt here and there about golf going wrong, but you know, that's just how it is. Golf goes wrong. That is the nature of it. There's gonna be plenty more where that came from now that we have all these pits to end up hitting the ball into again. And another one bites the dust. In between the areas where I'm having a lot of trouble surviving, it is very satisfying to a certain degree to just chop these guys down unopposed. It really does start to feel like, okay, why am I still chopping them? Oh good, where I need to be is right here, actually. That was surprisingly convenient. Where did the key end up? Well, that's the funny thing. I'm not actually over-leveled. They're just making me go back through old content to get to new content. So the things on the way are pathetic now. Which is funny, because we were in this area yesterday and struggling. Oh, I don't have the other item I need. I need one more item in order to leave. God damn you, game. Gotta go bully more monster children to go find the thing I need. And it's on the longest path as well. But on the bright side, at least I know where that exit is, and I know how to get back to it. I just gotta find whoever's got the random rock I need to use to ride the geyser out of here. If you just turn that man over to me, a lot less of you will die. Okay, mighty healing that I need, that's helpful. Dead end that I don't need. You have a rock? You don't have a rock. You just have a shrimp in your pocket. Good for you. You had a worm. Also not what I'm looking for. This does give me time to try to find ride pod fuel, though. Like that. Exactly what I was looking for. Now, can I get some more, though? Because one isn't going to be enough to make sure that the ride pod actually can do the fight I needed to do. Well, need is a strong word, because we got through the last fight without using the ride pod that much. That's neither here nor there. I fully expect to have to clear, like, most of this floor to find what I'm looking for, just because that's how this goes sometimes. Good, yellow paint. Now, if only it told me where I needed to go. Which, in an abstract way, we know exactly where we need to go. Wherever the monster is that has the thing I'm looking for. And in a more concrete way, we know we need to go back to that door. You chose the wrong person to jump, Mimic. You didn't even get to finish reviving. Yeah, that's fair. And it is moving kind of fast, so it can be a little hard to tell what you're looking at. Welcome in, Peanut. Hope you're doing well. Nothing in that rock. So that's why they gave me the key for this section early on in this stage. Because I needed to go this way to get the guy who has the thing I need to leave the level. One of you fools has what I'm looking for, and all of you are going to die for it. Funny thing is, the first guy gave me the thing I was looking for. But unfortunately, they've unlocked Spite at this point, so now they all die. Because, you know, I'm already here. I may as well at that point. There's not really a reason to spare their lives. Oh, joy. Early shift and snow. I actually had to clear all of the snow and such from our walkway and our driveway this morning. We didn't get a lot, but it was enough to throw off my entire plan for this morning. There's a lot of driveway.
Looks like we got 'em all.
Maybe because we live on a hill. Hey, we got the speed record for this floor. Or because they just didn't stand a chance. Where did the golf club end up? There it is. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, living the majority of my life in Jersey, in New Jersey that is, I have had enough snow for my lifetime. I do not need it anymore. Yeah, sure, that's how the bounces are gonna work. Yep, I'm reminded of why I don't bother with bank shots in this stage. Well, that'll work. Reminding everyone once again that these physics... Kinda physics? Kinda don't. Need something like that. End up where I want. Overshooting a little bit. But I think that's workable within the 2 shots I have left. Kinda can work. Yeah, Maryland's another one where you'll see plenty of it. I actually wanted that this time. Hopefully that'll be enough of a curve. Nope, it just went on a journey. That should have been enough of a curve. But I guess not. Well, never mind. We are failing this unless a miracle happens on this shot. Which means it's time to pick a god and pray. Goodbye, ball. Good luck on your journey. Nope, that went about as wrong as that could have. The rock up there looked like it was the right bend to manage to do what I wanted to. But no such luck. It's a good thing that's only for a bonus item. But it's a real shame when you put in the time and it just doesn't pay off. Now I just gotta run all the way over to that yellow square, then I can actually get on with doing the actual meaningful part of this stage. Now at this point it's pointless. I stopped to think about putting myself in the ride pod and putting the buggy back on the ride pod to just bike across, but we were already most of the way there. It would have been as much of a waste of time to swap all of that. Because it would have taken the same amount, more or less, to have walked it. Considering the time I'm at this point, I will probably be wrapping up after we pick up this gem. I'm at the end of this section. And then we will do the thing involving the gems all coming together or next week. Great, another chest that accomplished nothing because it just explodes. Exploding traps remain the worst because it deletes the chest, which means you just get nothing. Well, no, you don't get nothing. You lose half your health. That technically is something. Living armor. Something I have needs that. Not you. Not you. You? You. The thing that's gonna probably do fucking no damage to it. Yep. Thankfully, it just has to get the kill. It doesn't have to do all of the work. Bang, 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 bang. Done. There we go. Okay, so now this doesn't have any kill requirements left. Just, kill my soul requirement of how many points it's going to need to accomplish things. But, you know, one problem at a time. We'll deal with that problem later. That is a future me problem. There are many things in life that are future me problems. Sometimes too many of them. Oh, now we got red foxes. Nothing I have needs these. Okay, so we still need teeth-shaped stones to go into the extra part. Any ride pod fuel in the rock? Eh? No. Oh, that's a skeleton. Okay. He was facing a weird direction, so I was trying to figure out what I was looking at there for a second. Heatwear. I don't think I need heatwear. But I will check. This I know doesn't need it. I don't know why I keep looking at that thinking it does. You need rolling rocks. No, I don't think anything I currently have needs heatwear. I think I saw it listed for something at some point, but it wasn't anything I have anymore. So, die. Similar case with the fact that I don't need the red foxes for anything, aside from getting out of my way. Found the map. Okay, so the exit's over there, but we don't have the item to exit yet. Dude. And it's the classic situation of, like, you know, a smart thing to do would be giving thought to who you're gonna raid in the next, like, half an hour, or more than likely. Now, the problem with that idea is, I don't know who's live today, at all. Now, I know I have no shortage of people that are going to be on that list, but without stopping and checking, I could easily set myself up for failure, thinking, oh yeah, this person will be live. Oh, no, they're not. Because this has happened before, you see. Ooh, rolling rocks, we need that. Multiple things needed that. This isn't one of them. You don't need it. Oh, right. The things that needed rolling rocks are the things that aren't gonna be able to do jack shit to it either. Not you. 'Cause you need that. You're gonna struggle to kill that, probably. And something else needed rolling rocks. Yeah, this sword also needs rolling rocks. So, you know, that's gonna go fucking well. Oh neat, I stole a lightning crystal immediately from you. Yeah, see, 17 or 20, like, neither of these do a lot. So here's what we're gonna do. Weaken you with Max, since his weapons will do actual damage to you by comparison. While thankfully also not being too much damage. I'll be able to hit you one more time. Yep, there we go. Hack. I stepped back so I'd be able to swap, and it went wrong. There we go. So the rolling rock requirement for this weapon is done now. I need to find one more, which I probably will find in here. Without having to look too hard, and then both these weapons will have that requirement done. It does lead to changing your strategy when your weapons actually require specific enemies, which I assume is part of the point for them doing that. It's not solely intended to be obnoxious, even if it does end up being that. I don't know how some of those swings missed. Like, obviously, once he was away from me, missing made sense, but the rest of it's a little weird. There's a chest, but it's up toward the exit, so I won't worry about that right now. So we can just pick that up on the way. Oh, that's actually not a message. Oh, right. Yeah, it's that time of day. Okay. It really does go to show just how consistent some people are when I don't even have to look at Discord when an announcement ping pops up. And I can just tell you who out of the people I follow that it was. With like 90% certainty. The 10% being people who make announcements at different times than their norm. Because something happens or they need to tell you about something, etc. And it's a credit to them that they're that consistent. Though you kind of have to be in this business to a certain degree. There we go. Both of the weapons now have dealt with rolling rocks, so I don't need to do those the hard way anymore. And I can also go back to the Ama. I could keep using this in order to get it more levels, because it does need more points put into it. But it still needs an Arthur as well, so I'm less concerned about that. So let's quickly put a bunch of flame in there and see if this amount of flame is enough to fix this up. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. And then I'll look at it again and go, why didn't I do this? Past me, why are you an asshole? Okay, that is enough. So actually, I think we can make that happen right now, aside from it needing the Arthur requirement. Yes, we have enough to get the next blade for this. So we can at least see what it's called. The Shining Bravado. That's the one I was talking about yesterday that I was actively looking to get. Is there's a specific benefit to this one that I'm looking to get. But until we can kill an Arthur, which, you know, we either need to find a King of the Britons or an Aardvark. I'm not really picky about which one. But until then, Halloween will stay Halloween. Still need to work on getting this Holy Daedalus Blade done, too. Doesn't have too awful much left to do, it just needs lots of Cyclone. So I really should trim down the amount of swords, like I said, which is probably going to lead to the Evil Sice getting tossed aside, unfortunately. Is it's just the one that's furthest behind. That's just the simple facts of it. Because I need to condense down the amount of weapons I'm hanging on to, so that we stop having these situations where I've got a bunch of weapons to look through and go, what builds up to what, to where, how, to where, blah, blah. And a lot of them are reaching the ends of their build-up paths, as I think. Or, if not necessarily the end of their paths, the practical end of their paths. Because they're gonna start taking so many resources to build up that it just isn't gonna be viable anymore. Or without a lot more grinding than I'm willing to put forth. So it just becomes a matter of, as long as they work well enough to win the game at that point, that's good enough. Ideally, I would like to have the weapons reach the end of their build-up paths, but I can't promise that. The chart I was looking at is also not like a very visible, easy to look at chart. It just goes, this weapon turns into these things instead of being like an actual visual chart. If that makes sense. So it's just a list. So you'd have to look up the specific weapon and then go, okay, does this turn into anything else still? Yes? Okay, then that's not the end of a path. And then go look up the thing that it turned into, and then keep following the train. Which, it's not difficult to do, it's just time-consuming to do. Whoa, that's sifting. Does this sword have any spare points in it right now? Oh yeah, it has lots of spare points. I'm gonna put wealth in here. Since I'm planning on keeping it, and I'm using it a lot. We already have a bunch of money, but more money. And we'll also throw this bandit coin in there too, because most of my weapons have thieving at this point, because I like free items. This doesn't help get it towards its goal of building up, but it will indirectly help get it to its goal of building up by virtue of making sure I have the money to afford it. ABS up for it would be really nice, but that's gonna have to wait till between sessions, and honestly, it's already like level 10, so I don't know how well that's gonna work out for it anyway. On that note, do I bother to go in there and kill those guys? The answer is yes, because I have the thing to go in there, so fuck it, we're doing it. We might find an enemy we didn't see yet. Oh yeah, I never did Sphere the Digihammer. I completely forgot about it. That's the wrong thing, you fool. What are you doing? Where did the thing I need go? So I did get a T-shaped stone, didn't I? Oh? Did I not get it? Are these stages all running together? They might be. Never mind, I do not in fact have the thing to go in there. Which means that one chest over there is where that thing is, and I'm not going to be turning around and going back to kill these guys. I can't be bothered. In fact, I'll demonstrate what I was talking about before. Is for anybody that didn't see the Ride Pod bike form from yesterday. We zooming. There we go. That's how you get out of these long hallways quickly. You just get on your bike and drive off into the sunset. Whee! Save the game in case we die. Though, ironically enough, No. No, I'm not gonna finish that sentence, actually. Finishing that sentence is going to get me in trouble, so I'm not saying it. You know exactly what I was going to say, and that tells you everything you need to know. So before I forget, let's actually synth sphere up the Digihammer. It's not gonna be the best, but it gets rid of it. Now it has a bunch of chill, bunch of smash. What do I even put that into? That might matter. You only need flames, you don't need it. It could work putting it in here. That would help the Soul Breaker a bunch. Because this would add to most of the stats it's looking for. The flaw there being it's not giving it any exorcism. And it's not giving a lot of lightning. But that should fix the smash need. It'll definitely fix the attack need. Not to mention it'll make the Soul Breaker a lot more useful. So yeah, I think we're doing that. Put the hammer in the gun. That might be maxing... Yeah, I think that's maxing the smash out, which is fine. Yeah, suddenly this thing has 120 attack and 125 smash, so this is way more viable against a lot of targets. Still needs Flame, Lightning, Cyclone, and Exorcism, though, so it only solved a little bit of its problems. Yura, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. Just in time for me to be backtracking through the area we were in yesterday because the game's plot dictates I have to go through a side path in here in order to get the last magic MacGuffin we need to open a portal through time. Ah! That's the side-scrolling ukulele game, right? I remember there was an odd duck in the couple ukulele games. Yeah. I remember being interested in that, and then I never actually got around to grabbing a copy. Glad to hear you've been having a decent time with it. There we go, level up the wrench again. Actually, I should see how much better our gun is. Oh, that's what Flaming Nail is. Hang on. Something needed Flaming Nail, didn't it? Not you. Not you, because you already have your things. Do I even still have the weapon that needed Flaming Nail? Or did I get rid of it? Might have gotten rid of it. I think I got rid of it. Oh yeah, I think it was the Tsukikage that I melted down that needed it. I'm so glad I made my gun better. That made that guy a lot less of a problem. Yeah, for everybody coming in later on, all the weapons, once they reach a certain point in their progress, start needing to kill specific enemies as part of their upgrade requirements. Ooh, he dropped an improved bomb. Oh boy. There's 2 of them. Stop slapping. This is not a slap fight. You know what? Stop. stop it. I was trying to upgrade the gun some more, but no. No more of that. Yeah, pretty much. That's more or less what it's there for. So honestly, with the way the weapon levels get more and more expensive already, it's kind of unnecessary to have a system like that too, because if you are willing to sit there for the incredible amount of time it would take to do that in one single location, go ahead, you can have it, because you spent more time than it would take to beat the game 3 times over to do that, so you know what, more power to you. Three times over might be an exaggeration, but you get the point. It would take an excessive amount of time. This guy's really not paying attention, huh? Bam! The enemy AI in this game is fascinating. Because they will do clever things occasionally, and then there's moments like that where they're just staring off into space, they're just full zoned out, and then it's over for them. The attentive among you also may notice that Max's health is going down with every shot. That's the effect of the sacrifice effect that his gun has. I don't actually remember what the benefit of it is, but it drains his health when he shoots. And I genuinely don't remember what the positive side of that is. It's just a thing that happens. Since it doesn't drain much, I've really just not really thought about it too much. Because you notice the weapon durability is also going down, so it's not replacing the durability with health. And before anybody thinks you can do a useful thing like look at the thing, you actually can't. You can look at all the stats, but you can't actually look at that specific thing that I know of. It may be in like the help receiver or info somewhere, but I've never really bothered to look at that. Is 9 things out of 10 are very self-explanatory in this game. Really gotta stop trying to shoot my way through those 2-on-1 fights. It's a very dangerous idea. You would ordinarily think a gun would give you an advantage in a 2-on-1 fight. Not so much here. Not with the amount of bullets these guys can still absorb. Oh good, my 3rd wildcat to add to the pile. The cat distribution system in gun form. Which, there's a food for thought question for everybody out there. Would you trust a cat with a gun? Assuming it's a gun the cat can actually fire, let's not worry about the whole opposable thumb issue, just set that aside. Would you trust a cat with a gun? Personally, I think it would depend on the cat. I don't think I would trust every cat with a gun. But I can think of a couple cats I've known through my life that I would trust with a gun. More so than some people. This might be a good silly question to lob at social media later today, actually. Now that I think about it. Because it's just off the wall enough that I think it might actually get some very interesting reactions.
Alright, that takes care of you guys.
So it might draw out some random anti-gun people, which, you know, that's fine and understandable that you don't like guns. I don't particularly care for them myself, but it's an interesting thought to turn over in your brain. They are kind of wild as a concept, depending on how you look at it. So you're telling me this metal tube has a thing in it that explodes, but the thing itself doesn't blow up, and then it throws a tiny thing forward that does immense pain and harm to wherever it goes? Like, when you look at it that way, it just sounds like madness. That's honestly understandable. Hell, even here in the States, a lot of people probably will never see a gun in person in front of them, outside of, like, seeing it maybe holstered on someone's belt or something. Unless they seek out a gun. Like, either recreationally or for work or what have you. Despite all of the haha Americans love their guns and things, they're really only crazy common in certain parts. Yep, none of that worked. The damn Super Bowl nature of that at Golf Ball makes this area in particular just horrendous to try to get through. Yeah. To fix time. Quite literally. We're golfing time distortions back together. And that's not even me making a joke or anything. That's quite literally the plot reason we are playing golf. Is for some reason those orbs come from distortions in time, and if you hit the orb back into the hole, it just fixes the problem in the time stream for reasons. They never really explained why it works, they just told us that it works. And I get rewards for succeeding at golf, so I just take it and roll with it. I don't question the reasons once the chest appears. I'll do a lot of games if you are willing to give me prizes for it. If there isn't a prize, though, I probably will just ignore your minigames, unless they're fun. And no, bragging rights does not qualify as a prize. I can't believe I got my guard up in time for that one. Okay, I get it. Spinning is a good trick, but here, stop that. So I suppose the alternative answer to your question is, why not play golf? It's a great way to unwind after fighting a bunch of monsters. You know, unless you're playing golf like I've been in a place like this, where it is significantly less relaxing. You know, there's getting to be a lot of large targets here. Where are they? There they are. Put those back on. Ride pod, fix this. Kill. Get him, Steve. Show them who's boss. Don't get clobbered. Oh, what a difference better weapons has made. Ooh. Arthur! There we go, I've weakened him sufficiently. That's the Halloween blade that needed Arthur. This might be tricky to do still, even with the health he has. We'll give it a go. Oh, you have missiles, huh? That's great for you. No, actually, he does not take as reduced damage as I expected. Good news, everyone. We now can upgrade this sword to the Shining Bravado, and you all will get to find out why I wanted this. See that new symbol that's appeared next to the hand? Based on what I saw in the guide, that's healing. So I think this steals health. It also looks kind of neat. I didn't actually know what it was going to look like. It gives me a mix of, like, Lightsaber and Zero Saber from Mega Man X vibes, and I'm kind of here for both of those options a little bit. More Zero Saber than Lightsaber, honestly. Lightsabers are kind of okay. Don't really have any attachment to Star Wars. Of course, you know, the one thing I find is the one thing this sword's not gonna be able to do anything against, so hold that thought. Okay, problem solved. I thought for a second I went back and opened the armband repair powder box somehow. I was like, what? Ow, why? No. Hey, speaking of repair powder. Really can't fit more repair powder? Repair powder? Oh, I already have 19. Well, let's just do some quick repairs then, shall we? Unless there's 4 of them in there. Oh, right, never mind. The box deleted it. Because remember, if you ever can't pick up a thing out of a box, the box just eats it. It just disappears. It just goes nom 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 nom. It's hard to tell if this thing's healing me when I get clobbered. Oh, no, I see how the healing works. We went from 69 health to 70. I think it heals you based on the ABS you're picking up. Or, nope, it's just healing over time. We just gained 2 more hit points. Yeah, it's just move heal. That's actually incredible. It's a little bit slow, but it's free health. Not as good as I had hoped it was gonna be. I was hoping for, like, lifesteal, like I said, or like heal on pickup or something. Not just regeneration. Still not bad, though. Not as worth prioritizing as I thought it was, though. I will admit that. Aww. Hey, it made the healing effect pointless, and there was also a healing fountain right there. Hell yeah, enjoy that. Oh right, you are still missing health. We'll heal Max after we deal with this. We can just walk him into the healing fountain. Dinner's gonna be one of the first things I'm gonna be doing after I finish here. Getting a little bit hungry. Not a lot of bit hungry yet. By the time we're done, I will definitely be hungry. Yeah, this sword does a lot of damage, but I think... Isn't this the one that has like 100 plus exorcism? Yeah, it's got 115, so it does crazy damage to undead. I'm really gonna have to condense down my swords like I was talking about, though. I've got like 4 or 5 of them. Now that we've made the Shining Bravado, it probably will get synth-sphered into something else. Most likely the crazy fast sword that I've been really enjoying. Because I'm pretty sure that's gonna be the sword I put everything into now. Though if it ever stops being super fast, I'm going to be very sad. So I may genuinely look at the weapon chart and go, hey, does this slow down? Because if it loses the speed boost, I might just throw it away. Hey, so it can't betray me. Oh, neat. He drops escape powders. Good for him. There's no escape from me, though. Speaking of things there's no escape from, King Mimics. God damn you. Every time I think it's safe to open a box, this bastard appears. I was waiting for it to be a second one immediately. It's like, oh, you think it's safe now that you've just killed one? Good news, everyone, there's 2. Ah. Oop. That's a lot of bad. You know what? We're just gonna blast that. I mean, the flaming nails themselves aren't that bad, actually. Steve could do with some experience. We have been kind of taking away all of his experience to make sure everybody else is built up, so we'll let him have some. And then when I go running through all the inventions I can make from all the areas we've done recently, I will hopefully be able to power him up with some new gear. Or for this last 2 chapters. Is mild spoilers. I do know the amount of chapters that are left. I ended up learning that by accident when I was looking into what else I missed along the way. Unavoidable information to a certain degree there, really. Wow, this is gonna be a long bit of golfing, huh? 13 shots. I am somewhat tempted to just say no to this in general on principle. Because this is also going to be miserable. Because if you look, you gotta go down, then you gotta go right, then you gotta go down again, then you gotta go left, then you gotta go up, then you gotta go right. And you might be able to just keep going right, if you're lucky. And the amount of times this is going to end up going out of bounds is the part that's going to make this upsetting. Like, they thankfully give you lots of shots to recover with. But it's just going to keep rolling out of bounds is going to be my problem. I already know what's going to happen here. And I don't dare use the backspin because the backspin is so aggressive in this game. Like, I've had it bring the ball all the way back to me so much backspin. And just like, come on now, that's not what I wanted. This might be workable though. If I send it a little bit higher, I could probably slice it around that corner. That might be a bit too much juice. Oh, wait. Well, not what I was planning to do, but it worked out. I think we try to hook it down that hallway, or slice it down the hallway, rather. Oh, that might be too much slice now. Yep, the bouncing. The bouncing is always the fucking problem in this damn cave. Just trying to make this not take 13 shots to get there, and it's punishing me for it. Which makes sense. Makes sense for them to punish you for trying to shortcut it. But god damn it, I got places to be and things to do other than play golf. Like, I may not be too concerned about the whole world to save thing. And this is what I mean about the bouncing, though, is you would think, considering we've had a very similar impact happen and send it flying halfway around the damn cave, that would have been one of those times where it would have actually gotten a strong bounce and went somewhere. But no. No, when you need it to, it won't. It just won't do it. It refuses. Because it is a ball of hate. Case in point, once again, that hit with some decent speed still on it. Didn't matter, doesn't care. The laws of physics have no meaning here. I'm actually glad it went in that hole. This way we didn't end up going backwards. This is why you have to be careful when you try to reduce the amount of shots you're doing in any kind of golf game. Because you will frequently end up doing more harm than good. I thought I was further over, but apparently not farther over enough. But without being able to see where I had shot before, good luck being able to tell at a glance. Like, I could sit here and measure and I'd probably figure it out, but that'd be about the best way to accomplish that. There we go, that time it cleared. And it hit the damn rock from before that I was worried about. Okay, good, I can still get to the ball. I was very concerned for a second there that I wouldn't be able to. We still theoretically can make this happen. The odds of it happening are unlikely, but it can happen still. And the odds just got worse because that did not travel nearly far enough. We're gonna have to make a wacky shot here, I think. I was aiming for a nice shot there and it didn't happen. Yep. Remember that at bouncing I was just talking about? There it was. It doesn't matter, ball, go away. It's just gonna disappear anyway. Just like my hopes of winning this course. Oh, now you behave yourself really well. Should've just fucking hit it that way in the first place. One last spot of golf before the session ended, and it ended in disappointment. Right side, now I'm real ready to go thrash a monster because of that. So, really, it works out. Here's the rock. And away! So what kind of boss am I dealing with here? I feel like it's gonna be like a boosted dragon or something. Because they've usually taken strong enemies from each area. Since they had the snake, the robot, the tree. Oh no, it's a super nail. Okay. Guardian of Ancient Treasure, Inferno. That's mildly surprising, actually. Though, thinking about it, it makes sense because it's got a ranged attack. It's a solid name. Pew. 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 Unfortunately for him, I think he only can walk towards me and occasionally throw sword beams. Yep, there's the sword beam. He just kind of loses by default here, though, because I can just outrun him. Because he just doesn't sword beam fast enough to be a threat. At most, he cost me one more ride pod fuel. So it's just like, well, that sure was the thing that happened. Gem's mine now.
Wow.
Now, he was a swordsman, so I could have given him an honorable duel, but, nah, fuck that. Now, it's worth noting, as one last thought, by the way, we are one sub away from unlocking the surprise randomizer that I was talking about. Since we did pick up 2 subs earlier today. So if you want to see a new randomizer, consider 1 subscription. I'm gonna go ahead and save at the save point out here. I thought about it for a second. It's like, I'm gonna go running around between this session and the future. I may as well save outside so I don't have to do extra legwork. But that is gonna be where we stop it today. We're a little earlier than yesterday, but that's by design. Let's see. Who's doing what? Where's, why's, where, what's... What, when, where, why, and how. As expected, quite a lot of people are up and about, which is what was going to make this an interesting decision. I was about to say difficult decision, and it is, but it isn't a difficult decision. It's usually just a matter of it takes me a while to process through the list, rather than necessarily taking too much of a decision. You know what, Twitch? I'm proud of you for once. It's not put all of the people with huge view counts at the top of my list for a change. Sometimes it does that, sometimes it actually behaves itself and actually puts them in order of, oh yeah, these are the ones you'd be most likely to be interested in. Which is supposedly how that list is supposed to be ordered. I say supposedly because I don't know if I entirely believe that either. But that's a whole other discussion for another time. Oh, right, that's the holiday thing. I saw a weird symbol on somebody. I'm like, what is that? But it's the special holiday collab thing. Because they're trying to push random holiday shenanigans. It's probably to cover more mistakes Twitch has made. Because that's just how Twitch is. One of these days, I'll actually do the thing I said I was gonna do and trim the list so that I can actually function fast. Today is just not that day. Let me do some scouting, as I'm wont to do. Where are you at and what are you actually doing? Okay, you are actively playing, but you are like so deep in that you're probably going to take a rest soon, even though that's a subathon. Where are you? Okay, you're still in your talking segment. But you know what? We'll go ahead and raid them anyway. But what's the oops? What happened? What happened while I wasn't looking? Yeah. Yeah, I've done that a few times too. I've ended up catching people literally right as they were leaving. I've actually landed literally into an offline screen before. You know, things happen. Well, I'll have to go fetch that bottle in a minute. Deal with that later. It's a plastic bottle, so it's not a problem. And it's empty. Anyway, we're gonna wrap up here. We'll go raid Kyo, another member of the Dragon Council. They've been very charming the few times I've interacted with them. I've not interacted with them too much yet, but we're all about helping out positive people here. Absolutely, and thank you again for the raid there, Yura. We will be back on Thursday. I don't entirely know with what yet, because, like I said, I didn't have time to set up a collab after I forgot to do it over the weekend. So, unless something spontaneously happens, I'll probably just be by myself doing something. Ditto with the rest of the week, Friday and Saturday. I have not made any concrete plans yet. We'll see how it goes. Who knows, maybe we will get that one more subscription and I will make the randomizer happen at some point on one of those days. Who knows? Life is interesting. Weird things can happen. And then, of course, next week we go back to this, more than likely finishing this between Monday and Tuesday of next week. Really don't have anything else to add other than that at that point. That's about it. So, thank you all so much for taking the time to be here. Be good to Ukyo. She's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.